Good afternoon and welcome to the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield for the 2020 BUCS Athletics Indoor Championships. This event is a part of a full range of 8 sporting competitions, including swimming and badminton, just in this building in fact, and they make up the BUCS Nationals. We're delighted you can join us for what should be 3 great days of competition. Well, this championships here in Sheffield and outdoors in Bedford as well, so often full of colour, drama, excitement, and so many students, some excited to put on their colours of the university for the first time, and others of considerable experience, and some end up doing masters and beyond in different colours as well. But from Loughborough to Bath to Brunel to Cardiff Met, so much talent, and some that we know nationally from the athletics scene, others that are talented at other sports. But a really exciting event. One of my favourites on the calendar, I have to say, and delighted that we can stream all 3 days, the full competition live for you. And you see bottom left of your screen, hashtag BUCS Nationals. Well, feel free to join the conversation on social media using that hashtag, and it's at BUCS Sport on Twitter and Instagram as well. Now, the first event of the day will be the men's 60 metres. The athletes aren't quite out yet, but it's 12 heats that we're expecting of those men's 60 metres. As always, participation is high, particularly in the sprint events. Not everyone wants to run the long distances, but no short straws. There are plenty of people who are enthusiastic about field events, longer distances as well on this 200 metre indoor track here in Sheffield, a venue that's coming up to 2 decades old, the birthplace of Dame Jessica Ennis-Hill, and a wonderful training venue as well. When you consider this region of England gets particularly cold in the winter, let's not lie, but it's a fabulous facility to have at your doorstep, and many people who make use of it, particularly those who were familiar to seeing in Great Britain colours, like the pole vaulter Adam Haig and Lee Thompson, the 400 metre runner. Well, we'll have our first BUCS Indoor Athletics champions crowned today, along with 60 metre hurdles and 60 metres indeed. So those sprint events in the middle part of the track, in the centre of the oval, as well as some qualifying in the case of the triple jump and the shot put for both men and women. Also preliminary round for the 800 metres, both genders. So heat 1 of the 60 metres getting underway in a couple of minutes' time. I hope you enjoy the coverage across the 3 days. Do get in touch using the hashtag BUCS Nationals, and let us know who you'll be cheering on this weekend. Looks like the athletes are just getting out onto the track. And for a number, this will be a British university's debut. For some, their first time competing indoors as well. For a number with little experience indoors, and that means that an indoor lifetime best is quite likely, at least. But always nice to start the season off well, and some athletes of real quality using this as their season opener. So those men just going through their pre-race routines, adjusting the blocks, effectively opening up this 3 days of competition. This is, by the way, the biggest BUCS Nationals live stream operation, with athletics and swimming being covered. And we are live on both Facebook and YouTube, where there are live chat functions to comment as well. So let's take you through the full lineup for heat number 1. We have Sam Nuncy of Sussex. There he is, just appearing into shot, wearing number 94. Alongside him, perhaps the one to watch in this heat, Casey Apara of Cambridge, in the Cambridge blue. We've had debates on this in the past, whether it looks like a blue or a green, but officially it is a blue. Apara, actually for the first time this year, has gone sub 7 seconds in 2020. His first BUCS final was last year at the outdoors in the 100 metres, where he finished 7th. 6:88 is his lifetime best. And the only one close to him on paper is Daniel Afolabi, wearing number 9, Birmingham City University, on the outside. And it is the top 2 to qualify, so you'd perhaps say those 2 are the favourites. But continuing the full lineup, Cian O'Donnell in lane 3, Dimitrios Raidos alongside him, Idarenian Akiri, Ewan Urquhart, Jack Medforth, and then Afolabi, as I mentioned. So now looking like they're raring to go. The first race of the 2020 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships here in Sheffield, as they await further instructions from the officials.
On your mark.
So Nuncy, Apara, O'Donnell, Raidos, Akiri, Urquhart, Medforth and Afolabi. The first heat of the men's 60 metres. Top 2 to qualify to the semi-finals later.
Set. Stand up, please, guys.
Well, a bit of movement there in the blocks, noticeable to the eye from Idarenian Akiri, the Kingston athlete. So the official just getting the athletes to stand up.
And then remain perfectly still, please. There's no action. Show a green card, please.
And a green card will be shown, so no infringements there. And just the explanation from the officials, and I think there will be some allowance across the competition. Some of these athletes may be particularly competing indoors for the first time, some of them. A real range of experience that makes this competition feel so inclusive. That's one of the best things about it. That lineup once again. Nerney, Apara, O'Donnell, Raidos, Akiri, Urquhart, Medforth and Afolabi.
Set.
Great start from O'Donnell, and Apara just trying to chase him down. Afolabi going really well on the outside. It was very close, but looked like Afolabi took that one on the line. We'll wait and see what the time is on that, but may well have been sub 7 seconds. But 2 more rounds to come, of course, today. And Afolabi didn't look to be breaking sweat too much there. Well, along with the top 2 to qualify automatically, there are the next 8 best time slots available as the athletes just trickle around the track and head off. As many as 12 heats. Well, heat number 2, expecting to feature Rommel Glaive, someone who really shot onto the scene a couple of years ago when he ran 10.21 for 100 metres and his 60-metre lifetime best of 6.66, making him a bit of a devil. But joking aside, the 2017 England under-20 100 and 200 metre double gold medalist, and that was a fabulous day for Rommel Glaive, and I believe he's had injuries over the last couple of years, and that means after that wonderful peak, if you like, we haven't seen him for a while, but delighted that Rommel Glaive is on the start line for UEL. coached, I believe, by Michael Afilaka in London. So let's take another look at this race. We've got O'Donnell in the black and Apara on his inside, but a Folaby coming through here. And, well, it was pretty tight on the line, as it always is in a 60. So the full line for heat number 2, Romel Glaive wearing 30 on the inside with that new strip worn by the University of East London. It was a bright blue last year. It's similar to the Cambridge colours in 2020. Romel Glaive, Matthew Johnson, Nick Price, the Staffordshire athlete, very handy over both 100 and 200 metres. Did well at the England Senior Championships last year and impressed. Joe Saffer, Daniel McCoy, Sean Wilson and Joshua Hawkins. So heat number 2 of the men's 60 metres. Watch out for Romel Glaive on the inside. Wonder what sort of shape he's in.
Set.
Glaive gets a pretty decent start, so does Nick Price and Matthew Johnson. Comfortable for Glaive. Just the sort of shape that we were hoping that he comes to this championship in, and no question he's a gold medal contender. And well, across these 12 heats, I suppose the potential medalists, the fastest athletes on paper, are quite well spread out. So we'll have to wait really until the semi-finals before we see some more interesting head-to-heads. This is all about round 1 and getting your place. You can see the good battle there between Johnson in the green and Price in the red. Well, Jack Lawrence might well be the athlete to watch in heat number 3. Lifetime best in Newham this year, 6:77. I believe this is his BUCS debut in the colours of Coventry. So the full lineup: Faith Takode of Essex, Thomas Hughes of Nottingham. They're in the green, gold and white, just about to do a practice start by the looks of things. Naim Awal of Trinity St David's. And then Jack Lawrence will go from lane 4. Alongside him, Alex Marshall of Canterbury Christchurch. Fraser Angus, the Scot from Strathclyde. One who impressed at the England Age Group Championships last year outdoors in Bedford, one of the best Scottish young sprinters. Hoping to see Michael Olsen, who's another of those here. Watched him in Athlone in Ireland midweek as well, so he's had a busy one. Matthew Backhouse of Warwick and Daniel Olani of Oxford complete the lineup for this heat number 3 of 12. Angus there in the Scotland vest. It's a lovely sort of two-tone faded Scotland kit this year. Like the arms folded poster from Takode, they looks like he means business as we wait to get on with this next heat.
On your mark.
So, Takode, Hughes, Owell, Lawrence, Marshall, Angus, Backhouse and Olani in this third heat of the men's 60 metres. So Jack Lawrence, that ferocious new lifetime best of 6:77, and he's doing wonderfully well to qualify along with Alex Marshall by the looks of things. Well, the last two heats haven't been that close, and particularly there it was perhaps clearest of all who were the top two that went through automatically to the semi-finals. So job well done from Jack Lawrence, who doesn't look to have broken sweat there. Really good drive, and holds his form very well, and just easing up only slightly, makes sure of the win. Well, it appears to be a sea of green on this start line. Let's take a look and see who we've got. Clinton Olbigiaku of Portsmouth, wearing 785. I always think there are quite a few purple universities when you consider that there aren't that generally many purple sports teams, for example football, but Loughborough like to call it African violet, and Durham, I believe, the official colour is palatinate, and you've got Manchester and Portsmouth and I think one other that has sort of purpley shade. Always a test to try and learn your colours, but we'll all be artists by the end of this weekend, don't you worry. So the athletes have all disappeared, but don't worry, they'll be back. There was an interesting race in Athlone in Ireland midweek where the race was actually completed by some athletes, even though it had been called back with a second gun at the start that not everyone heard. So it meant that, unfortunately, from Great Britain's Theo Etienne's point of view, he'd completed the entire 60 metres and was called back to the start. I suppose if there's any race in which that's going to happen, then maybe you'd prefer it was 60, but it looks like he had got up to pretty much top speed and thought he'd won the race. Hopefully no such issues here. Well, looks like there's no athlete in lane 3 there, so we'll take you through the lineup. Clinton Obigiaku of Portsmouth, Kino Elip Paris Samuel of London South Bank is alongside him. No Jack Young of Sunderland. Chris Jones of Loughborough wearing number 53, perhaps the one to watch here. 2019 champion, so the defending champion, and this was his that was at the race in which he set his lifetime best of 6:76. Alongside him, Ethan Steele of Royal Holloway, Max Evans of Swansea, Joseph Wilkinson of Edge Hill, and Albina Easy of King's College London. So this one's a lot more even, but gradually coming into it is Chris Jones. But it's a Swansea athlete, Max Evans, who's incredibly close to him. Well, those are the two that will go through to the semi-finals. And a reminder, there are 8 time qualifiers beyond those initial 2 across all of the 12 heats, though. So Evans is in the green, white and green of Swansea, and Jones does get going, and I think in the knowledge that he's among the top 2 just begins to ease down and look like he just snatched it on the line. So heat number 5 coming along in just a moment's time. So this is heat number 5, and we have Brighton's Bailey Wright. Topi Adeyeye is alongside him, the Goldsmiths man, Ruben Arthur, the Commonwealth champion for England in the 4x1 in the Gold Coast last year. Was a Goldsmiths athlete who had won the BUCS title over 100 metres. In particular, I seem to remember. Great victory for him. And looks like once again a DNS no starter in lane 3, where we expected Amin Rawlinson. Tom Metcalf of Sheffield wearing 800 alongside Justin Lung of Oxford, Sagan Amizu of Coventry, Ollie Sprio of Nottingham, and Ilan Lane of Imperial. So there are 2 men in this field who've gone sub 7 seconds in their lifetime. Adeyeye 6:88 and Bailey Wright 6:90. Adeyeye, the 2018 Irish under-23 100 metre champion. 6th outdoors last year in the 200. So those 2 on the inside we're looking at here. Bailey Wright with a fantastic lead, and Adeyeye is going to be beaten. So he won't make it through automatically. It's a Sheffield athlete, Tom Metcalf, who pulled through really well there. Interesting to analyse that race if we get a replay again, because the second half from Adeyeye, the last 30 metres, certainly not as strong as that of Bailey Wright, but the Goldsmiths man did look in contention here. Metcalf comes through. So that was heat 5 of 12. Over to the lineup for heat number 6. Josh Walker of Leeds Beckett, another one of the universities with a bit of purple. David BUCS of Aston. Praise Ola Leary of Cardiff. Tyrrell Dankwa of Medway. And then Winchester's Rory Goodman. Lukman Tenang of Leicester. Pierre Walker of King's College London. That one perhaps the most easy to identify. King's strapped across his chest. And then 96, that's Jordan Broome of University College Birmingham. So two of the smaller Birmingham-based universities, Aston and UCB, represented here. And we saw BCU athlete in the first heat, I think it was. It's always nice to see a broad spread of universities and colleges here, along with the big names that we see time and time again. Opportunity for everyone to represent. But Jordan Broome is the main man here. 6.83 here in Sheffield last month. 200-metre indoor bronze medalist last year. Broome has a decent getaway. And he's going to take this one. And I think it might have been, just trying to work out who was in second place. I think it was Praise Ola Leary in the red of Cardiff. Well, if you're as quick as Jordan Broome is, then qualification is very straightforward. And just look at the distance that he has on those further back. But Ola Leary put in a good fist of it, and he is through to the semi-finals. To heat 7. And the lineup for this one: Elijah Lewis of Sheffield, Jonathan Bull, the Durham athletes, Exeter's Benjamin Slayman, Thomas Carter of Aberdeen, Sahib Singh of City University, Regan O'Connell of Sheffield Hallam, the one to watch here. 6.84, a new lifetime best set at the Northern Indoor Championships, where he's the bronze medalist. Featured in the final here last year, but came in 8th spot. So interesting to see whether he can go any higher this year. Ewan Stewart and Michael Demoa are the two that complete the lineup. So it looks like this is Joel Bright Davis of LSC. This is qualification for the triple jump. So not able to execute unfortunately for him. 2 pools of qualification. And looks to be that was his 3rd jump. So attention back on the track. And the lineup here: Elijah Lewis, Jonathan Bull, Benjamin Slayman, Thomas Carter, Sahib Singh, Regan O'Connell, Ewan Stewart and Michael Demoa. So O'Connell in the Sheffield Hallam colours in lane 6, effectively the host university. This is part of the facilities, great sports facilities that Hallam has, but of course home city for Sheffield as well. They're 2 big universities as well, with big numbers of students, and sometimes we get a good derby between the Sheffield guys, but great healthy rivalries between a lot of the other universities as well. Cardiff and Cardiff Met, and most people against Loughborough, it seems. Top 2 to go through automatically then, and there are those 8-time qualifier spots available. This is heat number 7 out of 12 of the men's 60 metres. So should be simple and straightforward for Regan O'Connell is so far. Going well also on the outside is Demoa. I think Demoa takes that one. .688 the time, showing trackside. .6.829 given as the official time for Broome a little earlier on. So 5 more heats remaining of these 60 metres, and then the women's heats are set to get underway at 2:05, and then it's on to the 60 metre hurdles heats, of which there are quite a few less. Not everyone is happy to put those nasty obstacles in their way. You hit a hurdle, you usually know about it. And then 800 metres begin at 4:10, and then the semi-finals of these 60 metres at 5:25. So a reasonable amount of time. Even though they do have 3 rounds in one day, there is quite a bit of rest as the athletes come out. We've also got ambulant finals. Ambulant finals for the 60 metres, and then the flat 60 metre finals at 6:40, and then 6:55 for the sprint hurdles finals. Well, interesting to note that some of the young athletes coming here have limited experience actually in terms of the hurdles at the senior heights. Some, I'm sure, have been training to that effect so that they're prepared for this weekend. Or Orway Campbell in the pink of Nottingham Trent, the favourite for this heat. 6:77, a PB by 0.1 to win the Midlands Indoor Championships recently, and in doing so it actually moved him up 8 places on the seeding list coming into today, or in terms of PBs across the field. And only Chris Jones and Rommel Glaive have gone faster before. Glaive faster by 1/10 than anyone else in the field, although, as I say, we wait and see to find out what kind of shape Glaive is in, but just delighted to see him back after some injuries over the last couple of years. The full lineup for heat number 8. Will Biggott of Leeds, hands on hips. Likewise, Cole Milne of Stirling. Kehinde Adenuga of Portsmouth. Charlie Dobson of Loughborough, the World Under-20 silver medalist behind Jonah Effoloko, who I believe is competing this weekend in the 200 metres. Effoloko and Dobson have had some great duels over the years. They may both be part of the relay, but look to be doing different individual events here. And Yinka Sadipo, Blake Brown, Alwyn Campbell and Elliot Jones. So Alwyn Campbell with a bit of work to do. It's Charlie Dobson streaming through the centre now. It's very close for the automatic spots between Alwyn Campbell and Blake Brown on his inside. So Charlie Dobson, the one that came through. I believe the time for that was 6:82. Alwyn Campbell just coming through towards the second half of that race, but on his inside, Blake Brown, it was very tight. Athletes waiting, who'll be part of races later. There's Jake Porter just by the fence, and Alicia Rees behind him. Alicia Rees, who recently set a Scottish indoor record over 60 metres of 7.33 seconds at the National Indoor Championships in Glasgow. Last 4 heats still to come of the 60 metres. And once again, just all about getting in the top 2 for automatic qualifying even. Easy for me to say. Incidentally, the championship record, 6:67, held by Ron Pierre of Brunel from 2010, so it's a decade old. Rommel Glaive is inside that in terms of his lifetime best of 6:66. The full lineup for Heat 9 then. Kingston's Effion Edet in lane 1. Michael McDermott of Leeds alongside. Joshua Leathard of Cardiff. Daniel Lamb of Birmingham will go from lane 4, and Cameron George of Manchester from 5. Fabian Batchelor from Birmingham City University, so another BCU athlete here in the sprints, and he's the one with the bright orange vest, different colours to what we saw earlier, but you certainly can't miss him. Kezi Oladoy, University of Londonvest, wearing 51. The one to look out for in this field potentially. 6:88 his PB. 6:89 though, our Batchelor is very close. So it's the athletes in lanes 6 and 7 to keep your eyes on in particular. Oladoy was 6th last year at the BUCS Outdoors in Bedford. His 6:88 PB is bettered by some 14 athletes across this whole 60-metre competition. So Edet, McDermott, Leathard, Lamb, George, Batchelor, Oladoy and John of Sunderland very close, but Batchelor's going to win this. Coming through late in the day, though, is Oladoy. Those are the two that make it through. But earlier, Daniel Lamb was going extremely well. The colours of Birmingham. It was the two in red. In fact, Joshua Leathard of Cardiff and Daniel Lamb of Birmingham. So Lamb from lane 4 and Leathard of Cardiff, but here comes Batchelor in the bright orange. And difficult to tell from that angle whether it was Oladoy or Batchelor who won that heat. .704 the official time given for Kezi Oladoy. So I mentioned that you can use the hashtag BUCS Nationals on social media. University of Bath Athletics have done so, and say BUCS Nationals is about to get underway. And they've done a schedule for when you can see all their athletes compete. University of Birmingham Sport Athletics looking out for Danny Lamb, who's just gone in heat number 9, and then Denzel Owusu will come in the one after this, heat 11. So the lineup for heat number 10, Toby Ogunkanmi there on the inside, a European under-20 semi-finalist last year.
On your mark.
Great Britain teammates Chad Miller and Jeremiah Zhu, who unfortunately pulled up with injury during that race, but great competition to be part of and to be there in the stadium in Sweden. Ogunkanmi, 6:87 his best, the fastest in this field. Adam Mohammed, Alexander Moss, Sandy Wilson, William Hughes, Harry North, Luke Gare and Gerald Matthew complete this lineup. Ogunkanmi, a lot of work to do. Sandy Wilson, it looks as though is going to take this one. .692 the time. So Ogunkanmi's on the inside. Sandy Wilson in the yellow and blue wearing 6 for Bath. And very, very comfortable for Wilson. Ogunkanmi and Gerald Matthew of Aston battling nearest the camera. So 2 more heats to come of the men's 60 metres in a moment's time. So you're watching live coverage here from Sheffield, the English Institute of Sport, for the 2020 BUCS Nationals. 3 days of live athletics brought to you here. That's the warm-up area on the far side of the stadium. Just seeing if I can pick out any familiar faces. But yeah, 3 days of competition here until Sunday afternoon. 8 sports are part of BUCS Nationals in total in 5 venues in and around Sheffield, and within that approximately 5,500 student athletes expected to take part, and some for the first time, and others have been parts of the competition for 5 years and more. And all of the universities getting involved on social media to wish their athletes the best of luck. And that's one thing that you notice about BUCS Nationals as well, the engagement on social media. And of course every university keen to promote itself and facilities and the great times that are enjoyed as part of these weekends. They really are something special to be part of a uni team, and hopefully across this weekend we'll get a few athletes up here in the commentary box to give a bit of colour, a bit of insight and an idea. I remember speaking to Birmingham's Johnny Hay when he won the 2015 BUCS Cross Country Championships in the University of Sussex in Brighton, and he said he only planned to compete or didn't plan to compete until a couple of days before, when he was persuaded by his teammates and encouraged just what a great weekend it would be. There's a Birmingham athlete in this one too, Denzel Nana Owusu in lane 8. So incidentally, we've had one pool of triple jump qualification, and the second scheduled to get underway at 2:25 and a pair of heats of the men's 60 metres still to come here. Plenty of events that don't get underway but start with heats on Saturday and then on Sunday. We're hoping to see Holly Bradshaw, the British pole vault record holder, who may indeed go for a championship record. Holly, who has ambitions of going to the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, and how great for some of these student athletes to share a competition, a warm-up area potentially with her, and to say that you were involved. Then you have those showing potential at international level, like Jonah Efaloko, who's the world under-20 champion over 200 metres. The lineup for Heat 11 features Ben Maguire of Strathclyde, Aaron Owen, the Welsh indoor champion last year, Lewis Black of Leeds Beckett, Jimmy Seacombe of Bath, Frank Fenning of Nottingham Trent, Jack Ward of York, Munir Hennedy of Cambridge, and Denzel Nana Owusu, the Birmingham man. Well, Aaron Owen closest to the inside, and he's got a great start. 6:82 his new lifetime best, but the Bath athlete just coming through towards the end there, and that's Jimmy Seacombe. 6:87 on the clock. So we take another look there. Owen in the Cardiff Met colours, furthest from the camera. Bronze medalist outdoor over 200 metres. Last year, just overtaken there by Seacombe of Bath. Athlete number 1 features in this race. Wonder whether that'll be the case over the line as well. It's Jacob Scott of Aberdeen. So it's the opening session, the opening day of competition here at these BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships, and a huge team of volunteers, officials, medical staff, those doing everything from announcing to seeding to photo finish. A big operation. And this is the last heat then of the men's 60 metres, the semi-finals to come at 5:25, and then less turnaround time ahead of the final for these athletes at 6:40. So could be just under an hour for those in the last of those semi-finals. These athletes have had to wait a bit of time to get their competition underway. They may indeed have some idea of the sort of time that's needed across those 8 fastest loser positions. We're just having a look then at this lineup for the final heat. Iruna Diasena of University College London, Segesi Ngui of Manchester Met, Korede Awe of East London, Eustace Hilling of Hull, Lee Kadiri of Oxford Brookes, John Jennings of Leicester, Rushan Stewart of Brunel, and then Jacob Scott of Aberdeen as their athletes now just behind their blocks and waiting to get this 60-metre competition underway. Rashan Stewart, 6:96, his best. Bettered by Awe, 6:81. Segesi Ngui, a great 200-metre athlete, but expect him to go well here also. Awe actually the Southern champion outdoors, and he beat the more experienced Reginald Miller and Theo Etienne to that title. 6:95 in Newham this year. So Diasena, Ngui, Awe, Hilling, Kadiri, Jennings, Stewart and Scott. Heat 12 of the men's 60 metres. Ngui with the headband and Awe alongside, and Awe, who has had the better start, Ngui trying to follow him through now, and it's very, very comfortable. If not more comfortable than any of the 12 heats that we've seen so far, as Awe crashes into the matting and returned to the direction from which he came. 6:85 is showing on the clock, so pretty quick time for a semi-final, and not too far away at all from that 6:81 lifetime best. A big season's best by a 10th as well, so Korede Awe looking very keen to get his competition underway. As I say, he has had to wait a bit of time. That East London vest, new colours for 2020. Always eager to spot Manchester Met in the bright orange and blue, and did in fact look like Rashan Stewart might have got that second position. So that concludes the heat of the men's 60 metres, and the women's competition is scheduled to get underway in 13 minutes' time. well, just some promotional material there. Some of the services available as part of the BUCS armoury, if you like. And if you're considering where you're going to live at uni next year, you can speak to accommodation experts at Student Roost. We saw a video for Student Roost there, just mentioned on the graphic as well. Actually present here across venues throughout the weekend. And also outgoing as well, you may have seen just at the end there. And if you're looking for an end of year away trip with your team or club, well, Outgoing is an official partner of BUCS, and they've got you covered with the end of year sports tour in Spain, and you can find them here at the venue, or have a look, search for Outgoing online for more information. Camp America you can see there as well, a fantastic experience, and they're also here this weekend, and actually giving competitors the chance to win a free holiday around the USA along with free suites. Also looking to recruit swimmers, climbers and sporty students to spend the summer of their lives working on some of the best camps in the USA, from New York to California. The summer of your life awaits. Always a regret that I didn't get involved in Camp America, but I know people that did, and who had a fantastic summer as a result. Well, we're just going to take a bit of a break from the commentary by virtue of it being 5 minutes past 2 until those women's 60-metre heats get underway. So prepare some lunch or whatever you need to do, and we'll be back at 5 minutes past 2 or just before.
Heat number, oh God, she's going into the call room at 25 past 2. Heat number 8. Be careful of shaking everyone's hand. Coronavirus. Last thing I need.
So you're back with us. This time it's the women's 60 metres. Once again, 12 heats. This one has Erin Minton-Branford, Jordan Hall, Katie Bishop, Jasmine Moss, Acacia Ellis, Taraya Lane-Brayan-Tracy, Ashley Bailey and Judy Fakira. Fantastic start from Jasmine Moss of Northumbria, the England under-20 indoor champion over 200 metres last year. 7:68 showing trackside for Jasmine Moss. Well, Moss also won the BUCS outdoor title for Northumbria over 200 last year. She was second here on her BUCS debut, but also taking part in the 60 as well, even though the longer of the sprints perhaps her preferred distance. Fantastic start and held her form wonderfully. Of course, this is only a heat and 2 more rounds to come, but Jasmine Moss, very impressive. There was Acacia Ellis alongside her with the top 2 to go through automatically. Acacia Ellis actually the fastest athlete on paper with a 7:60 lifetime best, but beaten by Jasmine Moss there. So on to heat number 2, and Sarita Harris, University College London, right on the inside. Joy Ogunleye, the English schools, a silver medalist behind Acacia Ellis, who we just saw in fact. So Ogunleye running for Kent here. And then Sutherland's Jessica Young-Rogers, Delita Awala of Coventry, 7:69 her best. Maddie Silcock of Cardiff, Anna Cameron of Strathclyde, Julia Calato of Stirling, and Sharifa Arewa of Goldsmiths. So same number of heats, same qualifying conditions as the men, with the top 2 in each heat going through automatically, and then 8 next best times. The competition records here at BUCS originally set by the former British record holder over 100 metres outdoors at Montel Douglas. Of course, Dina Asher-Smith has kind of blown that away now, but since Montel Douglas ran 7:31 13 years ago, Adeline Gugnon of St Mary's and Hannah Breyer of Loughborough have equalled that 7:31 time. Jointly held by 3 people. Will that change this weekend? The lineup for heat 2. Sarita Harris, it looks like no Joy Ogunleye from 2. Jessica Young-Rogers, Delita Awala, Maddie Silcock, Anna Cameron, Julia Calato and Sharifa Arewa. Some athletes slow to rise there, but who's quickest to get away? Young-Rogers and Silcock. From Young-Rogers and Awala, it look like 7:84 showing on the trackside clock. So of course just the heat. Semi-finals for the women coming up at 5:45 this evening, for the final at 6:45. So a tighter turnaround than the men. Silcock coming through very nicely. Over to heat number 3, and Jacqueline Gamphy on the inside, the King's athlete. Claudia Andre of Hertfordshire, not there at this moment, wondering whether we have another DNS. Hannah Longdon of Cardiff Met, one of those just doing a practice start. Isabella Rattingen of University College London, Emily Sanderson of Bangor, Charlotte Sidaway of Oxford Brookes, and Cheyenne Evans-Gray of East London. Well, there are 2 athletes that have run 7.3 in this competition. Cheyenne Evans-Gray is pretty close, 7:40 her lifetime best, the reigning Southern Indoor and Outdoor champion. No surprise as usual that the London universities are particularly strong in the sprints. Fabulous training venue that's always packed down at Lee Valley. So very strong training groups at the likes of Brunel and University of East London, a good rivalry that they have along with others. Got a University College London athlete in this one, and King's College as well. Or looks like there are 2 athletes missing here, albeit this heat only expected to have 7 athletes, so lane 1 not being used, neither is lane 3, so no Hertfordshire's Claudia Andre. It's Jacqueline Gamphy, Hannah Longdon, Isabella Rattingen, Emily Sanderson, Charlotte Sidaway, and Cheyenne Evans-Gray. Evans-Gray, a lifetime best of 7:40. Will this be a comfortable heat for her? Well, interesting, because there looked to be a bit of movement on the start line before the gun, but Evans-Gray so easy. 7:54. So quick for a heat, and there's certainly more to come from Cheyenne Evans-Gray. Very, very cool, and another that doesn't look to have broken sweat. Yeah, you can see just a bit of movement in the blocks there from Rattigan, I think it was, but Evans-Gray in a league of her own even, and Cardiff Met athlete Hannah Longdon looked to be second. By the way, in the background we've got triple jump. It's pool 2 as far as qualifying is concerned. Looked like David Herdman of Swansea jumping just previously. That was one of the Liverpool athletes looked like. So you're watching live coverage then of the 2020 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships at the English Institute of Sports. 3 days of live action coming your way, and there's also live swimming being streamed on YouTube and on the Facebook page as well. The swimming taking place at Ponds Forge, also in Sheffield. So we're just waiting for the athletes to come out ahead of the next heat of the women's 60 metres. Alicia Rees, delighted to say, is involved in this competition. An athlete who competed for Great Britain at the European Team Championships last year, along with the European Under-23s as well, where she was part of a team that was 5th in the relay, along with Hannah Breyer, the joint competition record holder for BUCS. Rees also last year, if I'm not mistaken, broke the Scottish 4x1 national record, along with Chloe Lambert, Katie Wiper and Heather Patton. 7:33, a new Scottish indoor national record last month in Glasgow. That was one of the highlights of that particular competition. And then a week later, I think it was, in Glasgow, Gemma Reekie set a new British indoor record, beating her teammate Laura Muir. Ebony Carr also one to watch, and she goes in this heat number 4. There she is, wearing 185. Carr set a new lifetime best also this year, 7:35. BUCS Outdoors bronze medalist over 100 metres. That lifetime best was set in Loughborough, the university that she represents. So the full lineup then for heat number 4 of the women's 60. Ria Badil of Aberdeen, Emily Horning of Sheffield, Jasmine Okoye, Ebony Carr, Alice Nottingham, who represents Newcastle, Teo Wardbrew of Oxford, and Bethany Shaw, the Bristol athlete. They're wearing 137. So these women waiting to get their competition underway on the first day of action here. Well, things will get very exciting once we come to final after final after final, and there'll be a taster to whet the appetite for that when the 60 finals and indeed those sprint hurdles come a little later, first beginning at 6:30 with the ambulant men's and women's, and then 10 minutes later the final of the competitions that we've just seen, and the one that we're seeing now, men's and women's 60. Also hurdles to come, along with the 800 metre preliminaries. 8 heats for the men and 6 for the women later on. We expect Isabel Boffey, the European Under-20 champion in Great Britain colours last year in Sweden, compete for Birmingham of 800 metres, and had a fabulous BUCS debut last year, and then went on to win that European title. So this should be quite straightforward for Ebony Carr. Carr in lane 4, the full lineup: Badil, Hornung, no Okoye by the looks of things, Carr, Nottingham, Wardbrew and Shaw. Lane 8 not being used. Just 6 athletes fighting for 2 spots then, and Ebony Carr, lightning start, and so easy for the Loughborough athlete. How many times have we said that at BUCS over the years? 7:35, so that's just the time that the clock stopped at here trackside. and she's equalled her lifetime best. So a smile breaking out already from the heat. Confirmation that Ebony Carr then officially has equalled that new lifetime best set in Loughborough this year. So a great start to the season. And just built that lead throughout the race. On the inside it was Ria Badil of Aberdeen who came through for that second spot. So just waiting track side, the athletes brought from the cool room to just level with the home straight, and you get a sense therefore how raised the indoor track here is off the ground, because the start finish line is level, whereas the banking, if you like, the camber, is quite visible there. This will be heat number 5 of 12. The Cambridge athlete Florence Cochrane and Darcy Kuipers involved in this one. 7:55 her lifetime best. Set PB after PB at the outdoors last year, including a individual silver medal in the 100 metres. This is her 7th BUCS, I believe, including both indoors and out. So Florence Cochrane there on the inside. Stella Perrott of Leeds in lane 2. Darcy Kuipers of Brunel. And Andrea Greaves of Oxford Brookes. Hannah Jones of Birmingham. Emily Reid of Sheffield, wearing 204 in the black kit. Louisa Cole of the University of Central Lancashire. And Zoe Thompson in the colours of Coventry in the blue. Blue in a sort of fuchsia shade, I'm going to say. So in the meantime can bring you some results from the men's 60 metres. So top 2 qualifying from each of the 12 heats, and should have time to just run through the 8-time qualifiers, which I believe were Matthew Johnson of Exeter, Fraser Angus of Strathclyde, Elijah Lewis, and 3 from one heat. In fact, there was the heat involving the world junior silver medalist Charlie Dobson, and they were Blake Brown, Elliot Jones and Yinka Sadipo. Naturally it went down to extremely small fractions of a second. Gerald Matthew, Franklin Fenning, and those are the 8. Back to the women's 60 metres and heat number 5. Florence Cochrane, Stella Perrott, Darcy Kuipers, Andrea Greaves, Hannah Jones, Emily Reid, Louisa Cole and Zoe Thompson. So the BUCS experience of Darcy Kuipers may pay dividends here. So very clearly, I think you can probably hear the buzzing of the recall. So there was some movement from the Cambridge athlete on the inside. There was some movement earlier from one of the University College London athletes, and no recall. So waiting to hear instructions from the officials. We are seeing typically that instructions are repeated, just to remind the athletes of the rules, the procedures. So waiting to see whether this will be a green card. So it's a yellow card to the athlete in lane 1. Florence Cochran. So she's in 1, Stella Perrott in 2, Darcy Kuipers in 3, outdoor silver medalist, Andrea Greaves in 4, Hannah Jones, Emily Reid, Louisa Cole, and Zoe Thompson completes the lineup then. Clean getaway this time, great getaway from Darcy Kuipers. Hannah Jones also going well at Birmingham, and Thompson of Coventry, but Kuipers is going to win this 7:60 on the clock. So a very healthy time, just half a tenth off Kuipers' lifetime best, and she looked to ease up over the line. So Darcy Kuipers there in the centre, wearing 139, the Brunel athlete. Last year was quite a big breakthrough year for her as far as BUCS competitions are concerned particularly, and quite likely to have a place, an important place in their relay team as well. Loughborough have the 2 fastest individual athletes incidentally, more on that of course to come. So looked like Thompson of Coventry, closest to the camera, just beat Hannah Jones. Both of those athletes behind the victorious Darcy Kuipers. Gives me an opportunity to let you know who qualified for the women's shot put final. Adele Nichol, as expected, the favourite, and through some 2.5 metres, or the best part of, further than anyone else. Ellen Barber also over the auto qualifying mark, the heptathlete. Nicole Birmingham, who represents Aston. Emma Dakin of Hull, Hannah Molyneux of Sheffield Hallam, and Holly Mills, the heptathlete, taking part in the shot put. And we should see her in the 60 hurdles later on. It was at BUCS Outdoors last year where she took some 0.8 seconds off her 100 metre hurdles personal best, and then that now proving to be one of her stronger events. Now she's transferred to the heptathlon, and seem to remember she won at the European Under-20s the 60 or the 100 hurdles, I should say, in a new personal best time, but forever lowering her bests is Holly Mills. So the others to qualify from the shot put then, with a small Q's next to their names: Emma Bakare, Cara James, Amelia Del Hoyo Perez, Amy Holder, Natasha Smith, and Gwennon Lewis. On to heat number 6. Robin Ellison of Warwick on the inside. Alongside her, Rebecca Watkins of East Anglia, Ellie Turner of Canterbury Christchurch, Oxford's Holly Skinner, Sola Sawale of London School of Economics, Connie Petronzio of Edinburgh Portsmouth, Victoria Butler Clack, and Nicola Cagle of Northumbria, the teammate of Jasmine Moss, who won her heat earlier on. So Cagle one of the faster athletes, so too Ellie Turner. And it's those two who are close on the line. 7:69 on the clock this time around. Cahill took a little bit of time to get going, but once she did, looked pretty fast. Her and Jasmine Moss quite evenly matched over the 60. Let's have another look. So Ellie Turner, the Southern Under-20 indoor 60-metre silver medalist. Well, not the easiest to tell from that angle, but looked like Cahill might have just got there on the line. Either way, they both qualified automatically for the semi-finals.
Just hold on after the 7 athletes coming out into the track. And the field 7 athletes out there, so DNS lane 4, away University's coming back. So in lane 1, representing the expected, Charlotte Bradley. In lane 2, representing Sheffield. We have this year's Northern Under-20 silver medalist, the 2019 Northern champion, Leon Ashley. And Leon Ashley, in finishing second of this year's Northern Under-20s, got the lifetime best of 7.55. In 3, from Liverpool John Moores, and in 5, the Cardiff University, Becky Roots. In 6, representing Exeter University, Abby Hudson. In 7, from Cardiff Met, Bobby Davis. And in 8, from Leeds University, Harriet Simpson. That's the line to the 7th of 12 weeks in the women's 60 metres.
Heat 7 of the women's 60 metres coming up on the track, and we've got Charlotte Radcliffe of Leeds Beckett there in 1, alongside her Leonie Ashmead in the colours of Sheffield Hallam, the Northern Under-20 indoor champion, and also outdoors last year over 100 metres. A new PB set at those Northern indoors, 7.55. Alongside Ashmead then Megan Pilley of Liverpool John Moores, Tammy Brown of Medway, Rebecca Roots of Cardiff, Abby Anson of Exeter, Bobby Davis of Cardiff Met, and Leeds Harriet Simpson. Looks like no Tammy Brown then of Medway from lane 4. But otherwise the athletes all get ready to get underway. Fantastic start then from Ashmead. Looks like this is going to be pretty comfortable as far as she's concerned. Good battle between Abby Anson and Rebecca Roots for that second spot. 7:56 on the clock. So we saw Ebony Carr of Loughborough equal her lifetime best. And Leonie Ashmead has gone very close to hers here. So Ashmead working very hard here. And let's just see if we can get an idea of who comes second. Well, there was a well-timed dip in the end from the athlete Rebecca Roots believe it was. Or perhaps it was actually Bobby Davis from lane 7, because appeared to be a bit of a swap in terms of the lanes at the last minute. Well, heat number 8 then involves a certain gold medal contender alongside her teammate Ebony Carr, but it's Alicia Rees, fresh from the fantastic form at the Scottish Indoor Championships, where she set that new PB of 7:33. Alicia Rees considered to be perhaps stronger over the longer sprint, the 200 metres, tall athlete, but wonderful 60-metre form in Glasgow, which should bode very well over 100 as well. Alicia Rees now with so much international experience over the last 5 years or so. Commonwealth Youth Bronze medalist over 100 and silver over 200 back in 2015 for Scotland at the those games in Samoa. And then a year after that, she followed that up for Great Britain at the European Under-18s, or the European Youth Championships in Tbilisi, Georgia, as it was called then. 200 metres silver medalist. And then 2017, just missed out on a medal at the European Under-20s in Grosseto. And then not able to qualify for the final in Tampere at the World Under-20s 2 years ago. Second behind Hayley Mills here last year, who I noticed is entered for the pole vault this year. So Alicia Rees. No one on her outside, incidentally, just 7 athletes once again in this. We've got Sophie Sigan of Worcester, Sarah Malone, another fast Scot, Abby Williams of Bath, Nikita Hunter of Leeds Beckett, Emma Perks represents St Mary's, and then Glasgow's Freya Cowan, and Alicia Rees in the colours of Loughborough. So Rees, the Scottish indoor record holder, and outdoors over the 4x1 as well. This should be straightforward for her. Well, Ebony Carr was so impressive in her heat, and just look at the ferocious speed of Alicia Rees. So easy. 7:44 and a tenth off her best. But this is the heat, semi-final and final still to come. And by the way, as I referred to, 7:31 is the championship best, the fastest time ever at BUCS, jointly held by 3 athletes, including Montel Douglas. Leeds Beckett athlete just caught out by the start a little, but Rees sailed clear. You just wonder what kind of work she's been doing to improve on the shorter sprints, but it seems to have paid dividends early in the year. Mondale Douglas first set that competition record in 2007, and then Adeline Gugnon and Hannah Breyer have equalled it. This is heat 9 of 12, and it features Selina Henderson of Queen Margaret, Rihanna Sterricks of Stirling, Hertfordshire's Paige Fairclough, another who's close to 750. 753 is her PB. She's run 760 in Iceland this year. 4th at BUCS indoors last year. So can she get on the podium this time around? Southern Indoor 200 metre champion also 12 months ago. And then outdoors, she followed that up with a bronze medal at the Southern Championships over 200 metres, and same colour was picked up at the England Senior Championships in Manchester. Of course, that will be the stadium that will host the Senior British Championships this year, effectively a chance for athletes to assert their intentions ahead of the Tokyo Olympic Games. European Championships to come as well this summer in Paris after that. Well, it's the tall figure of Selina Henderson wearing 2:02. Hands on hips. Alongside her, Rihanna Sterricks, then Paige Fairclough, Rachel Padbury, Emily Wyman, Ash Colvin and Chiara Ramponi. And again, lane 8 not being used. Wonderful stuff from Paige Fairclough, sailing through. Let's have a look at the time then, 7:57. So very, very close, less than half a tenth off that PB again. So even though it should be fairly easy for the fastest athletes like Paige Fairclough across 12 heats, keen to get 3 runs under their belt, 3 hard runs. That's good stuff. That's exactly what we like to see. Just to bring the feeling that you can hopefully go faster and faster. Just have a look at this battle. Selina Henderson's on the inside, but 2 athletes look to be coming past. I think that was Ash Colvin of Liverpool, John Moores, who might have just grabbed that second spot. So a few more heats to come here. We've had 9 out of 12 of the women's 60 metres.
previously, I just thought it was a funny.
Week 10 for in lane 1 from Sheffield Hallam, Sarah Simpson. In lane 2, representing Birmingham University, the reigning Midlands 100 metre champion, Yvette Westwood. In 3, representing, well, I've got CHC on here. Come on, which university is that? There are no prizes. And in lane 3 is Ilka Maria, which I think should be Maria Ilka, but never mind. In lane 4, Soka from Newcastle, Sophie Thorpe. In 5, that's for Nick Harry. In 6, from Imperial College London, Anastasia Elena. In 7, from Glasgow Caledonia, Eve Denholm. And in 8, from Robert Gordon, Rebecca Patterson.
So you're back with us then, heat number 10 of 12 of the women's 60 metres. And we've got Sarah Zincham of Sheffield Hallam wearing 8.35 there on the inside. Yvette Westwood of Birmingham is alongside her. And then Ilka Maria. Sophie Thorpe of Newcastle. Taylor Harry of Manchester Met. Anastasia Alanova of Imperial. Eve Denholm of Glasgow Caledonian. And Rebecca Matheson of Robert Gordon. So 2 Scottish universities on the outside. Top 2 to go through automatically to those semi-finals. Slight adjustment from Matheson and awaiting orders. Here we go. So great start from Yvette Westwood. Matheson trying to chase now. Really good finish there from Matheson. So it looked like those were the top 2, Westwood and Matheson, Birmingham and Robert Gordon. 7:80 showing on the clock. So still 2 more heats to come. 7.80 the confirmed winning time. We've got Madupe Shakunbi to come next, who was 4th 2 years ago at BUCS Indoors here in Sheffield. So shake of hands from these competitors, including Yvette Westwood and Rebecca Matheson, who've looked to made it through to those semi-finals. So Yvette Westwood even in the red in lane 2. Matheson closest to the camera. Pair of heats remaining. Athletes not just out at the moment. Meanwhile, the second pool of men's triple jump qualifying looks to have concluded. So we'll bring you results in terms of who's made it through to that final when we get them. Madupe Shakunbi to come in heat 11, and then Lakeisha Morris in heat number 12. Morris, the Southern Indoor 60 metre silver medalist with a lifetime best of 7:46. Who's impressed so far? Well, Ebony Carr equalled her lifetime best of 7:35, and Alicia Reese was dominant. So was Cheyenne Evans-Gray, making her BUCS debut. Paige Fairclough looked good, so did Darcy Kuipers, and those athletes already high if you look on paper at the fastest lifetime bests. So not too many surprises. But as is very predictable in 60 metres, it did come down to the slightest fractions of a second to decide who qualified through the heats. So once again, could happen here. Well, in this one we've got St Mary's Eloise Lewis. St Mary's so famed for their middle distance prowess, and well, the likes of Emil Keres, Alice Cross, Emily Hosker Thornhill, Emily Moyes, who've all had BUCS success for them in recent years. Going a little further back, I think Adele Tracy as well, off the top of my head. Rowan Axe, I seem to remember, someone who's gone on to represent Wales at the Commonwealth Games, doing well here over 3,000 metres. I'm going to say he was champion in 2005. Just plucking that out from the back of my brain somewhere, but alongside Lewis, Anita Andrew of Medway, Emma Lamb of Exeter, Svetlana Ilieva of Sunderland, Lara Bardelli then of Glasgow. Modupe Shakunbi is alongside her, the Brunel athlete, so a teammate of Darcy Kuipers who's already qualified. 7:57 is Shakunbi's lifetime best. Lucy Hode of Bath there in the blue with the blonde hair, and Amy Matz of King's College London. This time the usually very readable Kings across the top is hidden away by the bib, but same colours as we saw earlier. Those blue and white stripes of St Mary's, the blue and yellow of Bath. And Exeter with that very dark sort of forest green, you might say. Well, I gave Modupe Shakunbi the big billing, but she is not on the start line. So that means we've got Eloise Lewis, Anita Andrew, Emma Lamb, Svetlana Ilieva, Lara Bardelli, Lucy Hode and Amy Matz. Awaiting 60 metres of running for the penultimate time in these women's heats. Lucy Hode going very well and not challenged in the final stages. Lewis of St Mary's perhaps with a narrow lead ahead of those in third and fourth. 7:73 on the clock for Hode. So a reminder that the semi-finals for these women begin at 5:45, and there will be 4 of them, just like the men. So the victory for Lucy Hode of Bath. We've seen bigger margins, but still very impressive for a heat. Eight athletes preparing for heat number 12, and the last one of these women's 60 metres. Lakeisha Morris, Southern Indoor 60 metres silver medalist. Lifetime best of 7:46, but that's from 4 years ago. And the way it works in terms of seeding is that your outright personal best isn't used if it's from that far back. But still, Lakeisha Morris finds herself in a heat that she should expect to qualify from. And overall, only Evans, Gray, Carr and Rees have faster PBs, and they all won by huge margins. The full lineup is Gloria Jan of Brighton, Chichester's Lakeisha Morris, Lucy Hope of East Anglia, Rhiannon Thomas St Veal of Sussex, Sharon Jakisa of Aberdeen, Ines Carell-Zepper of Kent, Ainara Mollin of Worcester, and Georgina Youlden of York. So top two making it through automatically to those semi-finals later on. Decent crowd inside this stadium as expected. Suspect largely full of competitors here throughout the weekend, and those who haven't opened up their championships yet but will do so on Saturday and Sunday. Jan, Morris, Hope, St Thomas Veal, Jakisa, Zepper, Mollin and Youlden. Last seat of the women's 60 metres. Wonderful getaway from Lakeisha Morris. Rapid foot speed, and she wins with ease. 7:61 is the time. Just let's see who came second there. Looked like it was Sharon Jakisa of Aberdeen. So, as we thought, Lakeisha Morris had it all her own way down the straight. So that's the last heat of the women's 60 metres, as I mentioned, and the next action is at 3:15, and that's the men 60 metre hurdles heat, of which we will have 3. So as a result, we'll just take a bit of a break, and we'll be back just before that first men's 60 hurdles heat. Gives the officials a chance to put out those hurdles, as you can see on screen, and we'll see you in just under 15 minutes time.
November. I finished the season, yeah, coaching. When I finished coaching, yeah. Yeah, a bit like this.
Well, you're back with us here, live coverage of the 2020 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships on YouTube and Facebook. You can watch some swimming too, but don't go anywhere for a moment, because we're about to start the heats of the men's 60-metre hurdles. So it'll be the top 2 in each heat plus the next 2 best times. So 3 heats, naturally that will lead us to a final, and that is scheduled to take place at 5 to 7 tonight. Well, this is quite a strong heat, in fact. The decathletes and Welshman Harry Hillman on the inside representing Brunel, the Welsh indoor champion, in fact, over the 60 hurdles, with a lifetime best of 8:37. Jonathan Ross alongside him this year, already picked up a silver medal at the Southern Indoor Championships, as well as a bronze last year. And Edson Gomez was expected to be in lane 3. He's now switched to lane 8. No Nicholas Jerome, as we're just trying to work out what's the deal. Edward Coles, Jonathan Chan, Ollie Cresswell and Stephen Frost. And then Gomez in 8. Great start from Jonathan Ross. Not the only Jonathan Ross you'll see on the telly. And this one looks like he's just going to take it from Edson Gomez. So the clock not stopping trackside. Bring you results of the triple jump qualification in just a moment. But a good race that for Jonathan Ross. Competition record held by none other than the world indoor champion Andy Podsey. 7:57. So the American Jonathan Ross from Edson Gomez. So now results from the men's triple jump. 2 pools of qualification earlier, featuring 20 athletes, and 12 who have now qualified. And they are Henry Clarkson of Loughborough, best overall, 73. Ashley Buckman, Jordan Aki Sawyer, Andrew Adigbite, Lewis Guest, Harrison Whitfield, Thomas Atkinson, Max Whitecross, Jack Woodford, Sam Antwi, Joel Bright Davis and Ryan Morgan. So quite a range of performances, from Clarkson's 14.73 to Jack Woodford's 13.09 for Brunel. That was enough to make it through, but unfortunately Matthew Yates just 3 centimetres back in 13th overall from the 2 qualification pools, does not make it through with 13.06. So fine margins, and we very much expect the same in the 60-metre hurdles. So the athletes just off practicing starts and getting a bit of running into their legs, and continuing with their pre-race routines. Conrad Farrell will go on the inside for Hertfordshire, then William Adier of UEL, coached by none other than the great sprint hurdler Tony Jarrett. But Jake Porter, perhaps the main one in this, 7.84, his lifetime best, 3 times BUCS indoor 60-metre hurdles champion, 2013, 17 and 18. 8 times a BUCS medalist overall. And well, could spend the whole race build-up talking about his achievements, but particularly the fact that he's already managed a hat-trick of titles indoors. So impressive. That guy JP, he calls himself on social media, and a big gold medal hope for Birmingham University on the first day here. And alongside him for Cardiff Met, it's Kanya Mchweni, then William Seed of Newcastle, Sheffield's Curtis Mitchell, another fast athlete, 8.34 at best, the Northern Outdoor Champion last year, in the colours of Sheffield, and then Tijezu Akeredolu of Kingston in lane 7. In fact, there's only 6 athletes going for 2 spots here. But it's interesting, you see how different participation is between the 12 heats of the 100, oh sorry, the 60 metres, and then just the 3, and no semi-finals required for the 60 hurdles. Adier, Porter, Mchweni, Seed, Mitchell and Akeredolu. So Jake Porter away cleanly, launches himself into the first couple of hurdles, and a nice clean race. Porter from Mitchell taking those top 2 spots. 8.14 on the clock, so more comfortable than perhaps Porter expected, but Mitchell was closing, another strong athlete. Be all about getting into the final and then contending for medals, and Curtis Mitchell will certainly hope to do that, as will Jonathan Ross and Edson Gomez. No Kai Riley Laborde now, so Ross the main man for East London, and Adier out of that race early on. That was a bit of a surprise. So unfortunate for Adier, but they do have Ross through. Riley Laborde winning the title last year for East London. This third heat of 3 features Ethan Akani, the decathlete, lifetime best to win the Southern title in 7.87. And he was 10th at the England Combined Events Championships here in Sheffield at the start of January. Going a little further back to 2016, he was 4th at the European Under-18 Championships in Georgia. Fourth last year outdoors, and then 5th at the British Championships over 110 hurdles. So second fastest on paper behind Jake Porter of all of these athletes across the 3 heats. Another to watch out for is Leif van Grinsven from Franklin, Wisconsin. Majored in interdisciplinary studies at Wheaton in Illinois, the multi-eventer. Here representing Sussex. .8:38 his lifetime best. George Orton is on the inside for Warwick, then Ethan Akani. Leif van Grinsven with the long hair in the Sussex vest. Newcastle's Liam Revley is alongside him, then Daniel Gregory of Oxford, Jamie Warman of Birmingham, Justin Tarrant of Gloucestershire, Jason Nicholson of Northumbria. Another European youth finalist. It was a race in 2018 in Hungary that was won by Sam Bennett of Great Britain. So lots of young British talent in this discipline. Orton, Akani, van Grinsven, Revley, Gregory, Warman, Tarrant and Nicholson. Nicholson with a good getaway. It's him and Akani who are the first two at this stage. Nicholson closes the camera, but Akani is going to win this one. 7:89 on the clock. So another great time for a heat. Very close to his lifetime best and much faster than Jake Porter, but Jake didn't need to be at 100% to win his heat, particularly with Adeyeye getting knocked out quite literally early on. Akani is in 2. Nicholson is in 8. In the black and red of Northumbria, we saw his teammate Jasmine Moss win her 60 hurdles heat, win her 60 metres heat, sorry, and go through to the semi-finals. I wonder what that time will be officially given as for Ethan Akani. 7:87 was what the track side clock showed. Well, the women's 60-metre hurdles heats are quite naturally coming up next. And they will get underway in 15 minutes' time. well after the break in session there between the events, and 3 heats of the men's 60-metre hurdles. We now have 4 of the women's, and because there are 4, that means we will have semi-finals to come later on at 6:15 before final time at 7:05. So not much turnaround, but then again it is only 60 metres. 3 rounds in one day, still a reasonable challenge. Particularly, I suppose, when you consider that for those in the 60 metres, they quite understandably might try and double up in the 200 later in the weekend. But this may be the only event of some of our 60-metre hurdlers. Many of them, of course, decathletes, heptathletes, sorry, including Holly Mills. And let's see how these go. The lineup for heat number 1. Dion Ingram of the University of the West of Scotland, and then another Scot, Katie Purvis of Heriot Watt, the Scottish student indoor champion. So can she convert that to becoming a British university's indoor medalist or even champion? 8:59 is her lifetime best. Isabel Brereton of Bath alongside, and then Alice Lineker of Birmingham, Alex Hughes of King's College London. Mariam Abdul Rashid goes from lane 6. She's an interesting athlete, actually from Ontario, Canadian. Competed at the 2016 World Juniors for Canada, and then a silver medalist at the Canadian Outdoor Championships last year. She has a lifetime best of 8.20, and was at the University of Texas in Austin, and he represents University of East London. And East London have had a few coming across from the States, notably Jonathan Ross, who we saw in the men's competition. Alongside her is Hannah Dunderdale of Sheffield Hallam. Another who's been studying out in America, a multi-eventer who knows this stadium well. Used to train here with Tony Michello. 2015, she was the BUCS Outdoors 400 metre hurdles 5th placer. So another with experience across a range of events. Once again, that lineup for the first heat of the women's 60 metre hurdles: Ingram, Purvis, Brereton, Lineker, Hughes, Abdul Rashid and Dunderdale, with no athlete in lane 8s. Well, it's just the winner of each heat that goes through automatically to the semi-finals. Abdul Rashid looks as though she's going to be that winner here. 8.43. So potentially with 3 rounds in one day, just keeping a little in reserve. The championship record is 8.22, so her PB is faster than that time, and that's the championship best that was set by Yasmin Miller only 3 years ago. 8.22. So the next 4 best times behind the winner will go through, and it looks like that's Katie Purvis in the yellow of Heriot Watt. 8.59 is her best. On to heat number 2. Finley Marriott of Brunel wearing 987 on the right of your screen. Agnieszka Juszkiewicz of St Mary's, just waiting for her to appear. No one in lane 2 at this moment. Kayla Ruck of Loughborough is next closest to Marriott. and will go in lane 3. Then Anastasia Davis of Kingston in the sort of two-tone faded blue. Well, the third fastest across these 4 heats on paper. Davis won bronze medals both indoors and out for Kingston last year. So can she get on the podium again in 2020? Holly Mills was a bit of a surprise silver medalist last year because of the extraordinary improvement on her lifetime best coming in. I think it was PBs in every round and 0.8 of a second off in the end, although there were some quite strong wins as well. Incidentally, the former British indoor champion Megan Mars returns here, having pulled up unfortunately with an injury at the outdoor championships for Loughborough, so interesting to see what sort of shape she's in. And she would certainly be the fastest of the field, but as I say, may come down to how she's doing at the start of this season. 8:16 is her PB. Good battles await. Just 6 athletes in this one. Charlotte Sidaway of Oxford Brookes, just to finish reading out the lineup. 199, there she is, pretty much in the centre of your screen. Alongside her, another heptathlete, Georgia Silcox, the reigning Southern Outdoor silver medalist and England under-23 long jump bronze medalist for Bath. And then Anastasia Alanova of Imperial is in lane 7. Just the winner going through. Will it be Anastasia Davis? Strong from the opening. Silcox in second place, trying to chase her down. Now it's going to be very close on the line here. Over the final hurdle towards the line, and Davis dips on the line to make sure she gets that all-important spot. The trackside clock unfortunately doesn't stop this time. But good performance there from Anastasia Davis, and Silcox putting herself in a good position to get one of those 4 non-automatic qualifying places through to those semi-finals. .37 has come through as the time, and that is a new lifetime best in the heat for Anastasia Davis. What a start to the competition. That PB fresh from Lee Valley in London. Well, I suppose she comes into this having gone on both indoor and outdoor podiums last year, so a bit of expectation and some precedents to try and follow through in 2020. Good racing from Finlay Marriott of Brunel, and she'll have a wait to see if she can make it through to those semis as well. Well, earlier on I mentioned the results of the men's triple jump qualification. Henry Clarkson with the best overall distance. They're just warming up here for the women's triple jump, just going through their paces. And also mentioned that Adele Nicol had thrown furthest in the shot put earlier. The shot put just to the left, it's of shot. It's actually happened behind the curtains. But we will try and bring you a bit of the triple jump between heats. You see just queuing there to have a go along the runway and adjust to the track. Well, wearing 245 there is Amelia Del Hoyo Perez, the heptathlete and Spanish international with a lifetime best in the heptathlon of 5,161. New lifetime best of 8:45 in December, incidentally. So opening up her winter unusually early. Effectively, that was in Sabadell, 8:45, and she competes for Nottingham. Somewhat of an unknown quantity for the other athletes in this heat, but plenty won't look at the start list and won't worry too much about who else features. Katie Joyce of Leeds Beckett will go from lane 1 though, alongside Perez. Lauren Evans of Cardiff, then alongside her, Sarah Connolly of Southampton Solent, Laura Robertson of Stirling, Rebecca Sheffield and Jenna Blundell complete the lineup. Jenna Blundell with a lifetime best of 8:48. She was third in the long jump at the 2019 World Schools Cup even, and so just another example of the diversity, I guess, in talent and the capability among several disciplines of some of these women's hurdlers. Well, with only the top athlete going through to those semis and 4 available spots based on time after that, this one could be particularly close. Blundell effectively on home territory here in Sheffield. But Del Hoyo Perez fresh from that 8:45 time. Only a small fraction faster, 300ths faster than Blundell. So this is a tough one to call. Joyce, Del Hoyo Perez, Evans, Connolly, Robertson, Sheffield and Blundell. So the 7 athletes in this field, and Del Hoyo Perez way ahead of Blundell, who's going to come through quickly, but it's the Spanish athlete representing Nottingham here who wins heat number 3 quite easily. So the first taste of BUCS for her, coming off successfully. Interesting to see how she goes in those semi-finals. So we're waiting for the athletes to come out for heat number 4. You can see the stands full of athletes, coaches, family members, friends and those watching on in this crowd. There is Megan Mars in the colours of Loughborough there, wearing 243, the African violet, Loughborough colours. Behind her, Holly MacArthur, who represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games in the heptathlon at just 17 years of age, and beginning to mature now. So Holly Mills, it looks like, electing not to be part of these 60 hurdles heats this year, but she has been in the shot put a little earlier. And just to remind you of those results from the shot put behind the curtain, just behind these hurdlers. Adele Nichol, 15:42 automatic qualification. Same for Ellen Barber, 12:47 on the first pull, and Nicole Birmingham, 12:16. Emma Bakare, Cara James, and Amelia Del Hoyo Perez, putting her heptathlon skills to good use, making it through in 2 events in one afternoon. And from the second pool, Emma Dakin, 13:06. Hannah Molyneux even 12:63. Holly Mills, 12 metres and 3. So those were the 3 with the big Q's next to their name from the second pool. and then Amy Holder of East London. Familiar seeing her throwing the discus, but here competing in the shot, Natasha Smith of Loughborough and Gwennon Lewis of Cardiff Met, 11 metres and 4. So they are all through to the shot put final, and Adele Nichol now representing Manchester Met, I believe, having spent so many years in Cardiff, and she has picked up medals so consistently at BUCS indoors and outdoors, in the discus also. But someone who really loves coming back to BUCS competition, and you see that time and time again, athletes doing masters so that they continue to be part of this great event. So the full lineup here for heat number 4 of 4 of the women's 60-metre hurdles. Newcastle's Rebecca Owsby on the inside, Erin Campbell of Glasgow Caledonians next to her, then Emily Russell of Brunel, Megan Mars, British indoor champion in 2018, and that led to what was a late call-up for the World Indoors in Birmingham in the colours of Great Britain. Unfortunate that the injury led her to pull out of the BUCS Outdoors last year. Great to have her back. Holly MacArthur, Commonwealth heptathlete for Scotland, Eleanor Vickers, Bethany McAndrew and Mari Weir complete this lineup. So 4 Scots out of 8 in fact. Fantastic start from Megan Mars, she clearly means business here. Russell and MacArthur behind her, but only one qualifier automatically. Russell may have just got there for Brunel. We'll have another look though. We get a replay. Well, Megan Mars is another athlete where you wonder what kind of shape she's in, but looking strong so far. Hearing that 8.44 was the time. Unfortunately, the clock just malfunctioning trackside at the moment, so apologies that we aren't able to give you the time straight away. So here is Megan Mars in the centre for Loughborough, and Russell's just on the inside and MacArthur on the outside. So the specialist sprint hurdler, as predicted, takes that final heat. So qualifying then for the women's triple jump. This is Grace Sullivan of Brunel. Earlier on we saw two pools of men's qualifying, and Henry Clarkson was the best overall. The Loughborough student, he managed a jump of 14 metres 73. (11 metres 71 for Grace Sullivan. So it's just the first round of qualifying here. This is Beth Mortarboy of Nottingham, in the green, gold and white. So first jump for her. Strong down the runway, looked to have hit the board pretty well. So that's a big Q mark in the sandpitch, just sort that. .23 there for Mortarboy of Nottingham. Well, just had confirmation then before this 800 metre heat of who will line up in the men's 60 metre hurdles final. So effectively our first announcement of who will be in a final. And Mchweni, Seed, Porter, Ross, Gomez, Akani, Mitchell and Nicholson will go in the men's 60 hurdles final at 5 to 7. Plenty still to come. Right, from the track in the centre, which has dominated proceedings so far, let's switch to the 200 metre oval here at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. You're watching live coverage of BUCS indoors, and we'll have the top two in each heat of the 800 going through to the semis, plus the next 2 best times. And there are 8 heats, which is a decent field for the 800 here. So we've got Stephen Mackay, a university I don't think I've mentioned before in my time doing BUCS, the University of Highlands and Islands, of which he's part of Inverness College. And then Weiss Carre of Derby, Andrew Milligan of Durham, Toby Austin of Leicester, Charlie Everest, ooh, could we have a mountain to climb, for Nottingham, Mitchell Cox of St Mary's, and Bradley Freeman of Manchester Met. Well, Jamie Webb had BUCS success over 800 metres in the colours of Manchester Met. Jamie Webb, someone hoping to qualify for the Olympic Games, now a 1:44 800 metre runner who has progressed so well over the last couple of years since his British University's gold medals. And it's hard to miss those in the colours of Manchester Met, but as often happens on occasion on this tight indoor track, you can get run out of things in the 800, and it's sometimes said that it's one of the hardest to qualify for the final of, but maybe one of the easiest to medal in. Well, Stephen Mackay has to be one to watch here, wearing 925. Doesn't look to be in this one, in fact, Stephen Mackay, so enough said for that billing. We've got the Nottingham man, Charlie Everest, no mountain to climb for him. Maybe had he been at the back of the field at this stage, but not so. So coming up to the bell, Mitchell Cox of St Mary's now moves into second place, 1:26 on the bell. So this group of 4 aiming for 2 automatic qualifying spots for the final, and it's going to be really difficult to get in just 2 next best times beyond that. So you really do want to be among the top pair, and unfortunately for Charlie Everest, that last phase of the race not working out. It's Mitchell Cox from Andrew Milligan who make it through. So St Mary's from Durham, 1:57.23 showing trackside. Well, so many 60 metre length races. Nice to now move up to the 800 and the sort of variation in race tactics and strategy and how it can all play out quite differently. Brave attempt from Charlie Everest, but by the time we look at this replay of the last 100 metres or so, he'd disappeared down picture. An opportunity perhaps to qualify for Bradley Freeman of Manchester Met, but he too was just beginning to tire as they hit the line. Manchester Met coached by Steve Green, who in fact I think is just walking down trackside there himself, a middle distance international for Jamaica, who are known for their sprinters. I think Steve Green actually holds the Jamaican 1500 metre record, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, Jamaican talent has diversified in recent years, including with Aisha Port-Lear, the Commonwealth steeplechase champion, most notably perhaps Frederick Dakers, the discus thrower. Back to qualification for the women's triple jump. This looks to be Lily Horsfield of Northumbria, just awaiting her opportunity to jump. Just out of shot, I can tell you she didn't execute the jump. So you can see the stands are looking pretty busy here in Sheffield. This is heat 2 of the men's 800 metres. And we've got Adrian Lloyd-Davies of Cardiff Met, Adetomiwa Oladipo of Huddersfield, Daniel Maud of Birmingham, William Ralston's here for Swansea, and then Callum Dodds of Brunel, who was at the European Under-20 Championships last year, and one of the gold medal contenders, particularly as I understand that Alex Bottrill, the defending champion, or the reigning champion perhaps, as he's not here defending his title, is competing instead at the Muller Grand Prix in Glasgow, and Piers Copeland not here either, and they would have been the fastest and the third fastest on paper, leaving perhaps a clear run for Callum Dodds, but it's the 800 metres, so you never know what can happen in a final. But you certainly would have thought that Callum Dodds, with a new lifetime best indoors at Lee Valley this year of 1:47.79, has got a great opportunity. James Keemer and Matthew Teo complete this lineup.
Guys, when you come to your marks, please make sure all your tools are behind you. Over in goal, please.
So Lloyd-Davies, Oladipo, Maud, Ralston, Dodds, Keemer and Sheiji Teo, and a bit of premature movement on the start line. The officials are reminding the athletes of instructions before the race time and again, and acknowledging the fact that there's a range of experience here at this competition. You're watching live coverage here from Sheffield, the first day of action and the second heat of the men's 800. So Callum Dodds is on the outside then, having perhaps the best of the camber as they continue in their lanes for the time being. And now drifting to that tight inside run. Great Britain's Martin Rooney was saying what a tough ask it is in that lane one. He ran 600 metres for his indoor oval debut. First race beyond 60. Callum Dodds doing a good job behind Adrian Lloyd-Davies of Cardiff Met there. So it's a breakaway of 4 once again. Oladipo of Huddersfield and the Birmingham man Daniel Maud are also in contention. So who's going to time this race really well? Charlie Everest of Nottingham was out front at this stage but wasn't able to hold on to a qualifying position and will likely be out. So the Huddersfield man and the Birmingham vest, what have they got left? If anything, Callum Dodds looking the most composed. That gap is quite a bit to bridge. It's just whether Callum Dodds decides to push on a little early or waits, because you sense that Daniel Maud has a bit left in his legs, but here comes Callum Dodds now. Does Lloyd-Davies have anything to fight back with? Of course, this just the heat, just getting in the top 2. Daniel Maud is going to do it though. Look at this fast finish. And that's so important, those last few seconds of the race. 1:55.90 on the clock track side. A well-timed finish from Daniel Maud, because it looked like he had quite a bit to do with 200 to go. Well, 1:57 and then 1:55. Interesting to look at the times from those opening two heats and see how they go here. In heat number 3, we've got Tom Jawad of University College London just on the inside with leg number 1, just shielded by his arm. Thomas Randolph of St Mary's. So now St Mary's may be coming into their own with the fantastic middle distance talent. So just waiting for the gun go, and to complete the lineup, Pablo Lassa of Liverpool John Moores, Williams of Oxford Brookes, Brown of Chichester, Barandon of Imperial, Goodall of Durham, and Fernandez Eiroa. So we've already seen one Durham athlete go through to the semis. That's Andrew Milligan from the first heat, and just look at this lead. And it's Alex Goodall who's in first place. So Goodall from Thomas Randolph in the early stages of this third heat, and it looks like the Imperial athlete Silvio Barandon is in third spot. 56.47. Just going through the start finish there. So now that's beginning to slow. Certainly you can see just how quickly he's being caught, Goodall, and is he about to be swallowed up by the pack? It was a really hard opening couple of laps, but can't hold on now and beginning to up and puff. So it is the St Mary's man, Thomas Randolph now. Barandon of Imperial in second place. Good battle, and don't forget this is the second automatic spot that Barandon is fighting over. Tom Randolph looking good, and Barandon actually fights back there. It's 9.27, Fernandez Eiroa, who just misses out, but Randolph comfortably through. 1:56.05, and Randolph didn't have to sweat too much in the last 50 metres or so. Well, this is heat number 4 of the men's 800 metres. Joseph Morrison, Kieran Dev, Daniel Meese, the Kent athlete with a lifetime best of 1:49.84 and indoors 1:52.2. Southern Indoor 800 bronze medalist. Someone with a fair amount of BUCS experience as well. Jack Benstead, Ben Patterson, Bradley Wilshire and Finley Bolton of Liverpool. So once again we have a bit of a breakaway up front. Daniel Meese leading early on. Joseph Morrison in second place. And it's the Sheffield Hallam man in third place, Jack Benstead. So 4 becomes 3. Daniel Meese already with a medal from the Southern Indoor Championships this year. Can he add some BUCS silverware in 2020? Looking pretty hungry as they hit the bell now. But it's been all about timing thus far. Kieran Dev in second place, now moving up into the shoulder, and Meese trying not to run the tightest of all lines. Just sailing through now is Kieran Dev. And looking the fresh of 3. Really starting to wince and grit his teeth is Jack Benstead. Can he get that second automatic spot? Trying to come through, but Meese just has enough. 1:53.45. So that one was pretty fast, and that could bode really well for Kieran Dev. Of course, there are still heats to come. So those are the athletes awaiting heat number 5. And they include Hugo Fleming, just flashing through the screen there. Used to compete for Oxford, now in the colours of University College London. 1:51, 800 metre runner. Well, a shame that we don't have Alex Bottrell and Piers Copeland, two GB Junior Internationals. Copeland did extremely well to win a silver at the European Under-23s last year in the 1500, and it was a race where he really didn't expect a medal, but just thought he'd go for it and dash from the inside to the outside, and just seemed to dart away through down the home straight to win a silver medal for Great Britain early on in that competition last year in Sweden, and that was thrilling to watch. And Alex Bottrell, a World Under-20 finalist, I think he would like to have placed higher there, but has shown that he can time races to perfection also. BUCS outdoor and indoor champion. In fact, his 1:47.93 is top on the GB 2020 list this early in the season, though. I think Guy Limont is just 0.01 behind. So here have we got in heat number 5, it's Jordan Lattenborough of Sunderland, Samuel Edwards of Nottingham, Simon Coppard of Loughborough, then Bristol's Stephen Denby, Benjamin Ringrose Vose of Sussex, Hugo Fleming of UCL, and then LSE's Liam Holbrook. And again, the staff just waiting for everyone to be still, and now they're very much moving underway, and it's another Nottingham athlete, Samuel Edwards, who takes the lead early on, just like Charlie Everest, his teammate. So I don't know if there's a bit of a strategy, or they've had some pre-race thoughts from the same coach coming into today. Wonder if it will work out better for Edwards. Well, certainly different to the first few races that we've seen. There isn't a group of 4. There's just 2 that have gone with this pace. And the others just trying to keep themselves in contention. You never know who could be picked off later in the race. So coming up to the 400 metre mark, 54.68. And looking like that gap is indeed growing. So Edwards of Nottingham, Coppard of Loughborough. Line astern for the time being, and maybe even taking a slight breather. And I thought it would only be a matter of time before someone had to look over their shoulder. .125 at the bell. Liam Holbrook is making some inroads, or at least trying to, in 3rd place. Don't rule him out of a spot if there's an almighty collapse, but frankly that's what it would take from here on in. This gamble, let's say, has worked out pretty well for Edwards. Coppard has gone with it. So 1:55.53 on the clock. So in the end, it isn't the fastest of the heats, but you feel as though there are only going to be 2 athletes qualifying from this heat as a result. So they've got the job done, and that's it for today for Edwards and Coppard. And you can see the whole field there in shot for a moment, and just how spread out they were towards the finish. Well, I can tell you who's in the final of the women's 60-metre hurdles later. We have Emily Russell of Brunel, Holly MacArthur of Strathclyde, Amelia Del Hoya Perez of Nottingham, Megan Mars of Loughborough, the fastest on paper. But actually Anastasia Davis was the fastest qualified today with 8:37 for Kingston. Mariam Abdul Rashid, an athlete that we haven't seen much before in BUCS terms, come over from America to represent East London, so a bit of an unknown quantity. The same could be said of Del Hoya Perez. Georgia Silcox and Katie Purvis of Bath and Harrier Walt respectively. Back to the 800 metres then, and we have Loughborough's Luke Farrant, Fergus Allison of Brunel, Oliver Dane of Sheffield, Nathan Phillips of Swansea, James Wright of Leeds, Tom Dodd of Birmingham, and Thomas Evans of Manchester Met. Well, Tom Dodd, 6th at the England Under-23 Championships over 1,500 metres. I remember asking for fun facts about athletes last year, and I think some of Tom Dodd's friends were having a bit of a joke, and they told me that he wanted to be a ballerina when he grew up, and he has a stamp collection, so that was at the point where I took things with a pinch of salt. but this one is particularly close. Doesn't seem to be that fast either. We've got 5 athletes in contention at this stage. Fergus Allison leading the way. Oliver Dane pretty much shoulder to shoulder now. 58.67, so around 4 seconds slower than the previous heat, which wasn't as fast as Callum Dodd's run. So getting in the top 2 is going to be so crucial here. Fergus Allison has now dropped back a bit. Can he recover his form? So Luke Farrant is leading at the bell, and Tom Dodd uses that bell as a trigger to push on now. And Dodd is going to try and go around the outside of Farrant, who looks to the inside and then to the outside and then once more. He's now trying to hang on to that second automatic qualifying spot here. What a job from Tom Dodd, who I suppose with the drop out of Bottrell and Copeland becomes now the second seeded overall. And a wonderful win for Dodd. And in the end it is Farrant of Loughborough who holds on to that second spot. And because of Dodd's good pace towards the end, despite being somewhat slower than the previous heat in the opening 400 metres, it's around the same time, 1:55.34. Athletes on the start line for this heat, number 7 of 8. They've come through pretty thick and fast. Harry Russell then of Sheffield. Well, Oliver Dane, his teammate, finishing 3rd there, hoping to go one better perhaps and make it in that top 2. Russell, the faster of the 2, the Northern Indoor champion, who was a finalist last year where he was 6th. 1:49.18. His overall lifetime best. So we're just seeing a green card shown here by the officials, so no infringements, no problems. And this gun goes, and we'll take you through the full lineup. Harry Russell, Andrew Shaw, Joseph Rogers, Ted Chamberlain, Alexander Jean-Paul, Prince Reed and Thomas Boudet. This one is rather spread out in the early stages of this race. Looks like Exeter's Ted Chamberlain has come through there in first place after one lap of this race. And a big gap between the top 5 and the rest. Joseph Rogers at the back of this group. Boudet in 4th, Russell in 3rd, and Prince Reed the one behind our leader Chamberlain. 55.99. So a decent opening to this race, and that gives a chance of qualification for those outside the top 2. Russell now looking predatory in a reasonably comfortable second place. And just how cool does Harry Russell look, the man in the black of Sheffield. David Dempsey took the 800-metre title in thrilling fashion, I think it was, in 2017, in a race where pretty much everyone led at one point. So Russell, with Chamberlain now trying to respond and looking a bit dangerous, and then Joseph Rogers, who's come from quite far back, but he remains back. Russell from Chamberlain, who does hold on in the end, 1:55.11, so quite a few times in that 1:55 bracket. And one exhausted athlete crossing the line. That's Prince Reed of East Anglia. And that leaves us with one more heat to go, but Harry Russell would look good with some shades right now. Just so cool. Heat 8 of the men's 800. We've got Tin and Crawken, the tall figure, and the blue of Liverpool, John Moores, the reigning Northern Outdoor 1500 metre silver medalist. An indoor lifetime best in Sheffield here last month, his only race in 2020 so far. So that new lifetime best, 1:52.9. 5th at BUCS Outdoors last year. 1:49.6 is outdoor best. So after this we'll have 6 heats expected of the women's 800 metres getting underway at 10:05, so maybe a few minutes break or so, but really excited to see those heats too. Once again the job is just qualifying through 3 rounds, thankfully only 1 round of 800 for these men today. Ewan Hood of Stirling, then Alexander Ford of Exeter, Charlie Wiley of Kent, Luke Adar of Hull, Tiernan Crawken of Liverpool John Moores, Kieran Elland of Cardiff Met, and Arik Klukowski of Leicester.
On your mark.
Crawken, the tall figure there on the outside, perhaps the favourite to make it through to the heat. Let's from the heat even. Let's see who'll join him. And Alexander Ford on the inside there, now edging into the lead. A really close one on this opening lap, and Crawken just trying to push the pace on a little bit. Let's see as they come through around 28 seconds. Well, the times at the 400 metre mark have varied quite widely. And I think Crawken knows that he's got to get on with things now. No messing about, but also try not to eat up too much energy here on day 1. Charlie Wiley of Kent in second place. Then a bit of gap opening up, and 2 athletes tracking each other blow for blow. Alexander Ford, our early leader, is one of them. The other is Kieran Elland of Cardiff Met. as though Corkin is managing this race really well. 1:27.29 at the bell. So Corkin, the big medal hope for Liverpool John Moores. I believe Great Britain's Olympian Kelly Massey used to represent Liverpool John Moores. Here comes Tiernan Corkin. Sunday stroll across the line on a Friday. 1:56.45 the time. And the man who joins him, that's Charlie Wiley of Kent. So the next action here on the track will be the women's 800 metres, and that is scheduled to get underway in 5 minutes' time. Five heats of the women's 800 metres, and so many great winners over the years, indoors and out, including Vari Hendry and Jess Judd. And those two have had good battles. Mari Smith as well, who showed fabulous indoor form last year when she was a European indoor finalist. So plenty to get excited about and potentially emulate for some of these young women. Well, Isabel Ives, a long history of competing in BUCS competitions for Bath. Silver medalist indoors and out last year, and already keen to get a good start in this 800. 2:04.46 outdoors at PB. Isabel Bothy was so hard to beat last year. Just looking down these start lists, Bothy does not appear to be here defending her title. Well, I mentioned her as one to watch, and she liked the tweet, so I thought that might be confirmation, but oh well. Isabel Ives then becomes a gold medal contender, someone who's had bronze and silvers and maybe could get gold in 2020. Just lovely to see how those kind of stories begin to unfold. And not that many athletes have a full collection of all the colours of BUCS silverware. Well, we've got Leah Everson in second place for Cambridge. Alex Mundell of Imperial is in third. 1:07.85 at this point. So I think Ives now beginning to realise her lead and just take things a bit easier. Again, it's the top two from each heat and the next two best times to qualify. And of course be fewer semi-finals though. So 1:43 at the bell. Imperial's Mundell in second place, and then in third it's the Cambridge athlete Everson, and big gaps between them. Molly Andrews of Cardiff Met is in fourth, and Alice Harry of Oxford in fifth place. So Ives still working those arms hard, coming down this home straight. Comfortable stuff, look over her shoulder, and she knows the job's done. So 2:18.98 in the end. Much more to come from Ives. Mundell does get that important second spot and beats Everson to it, as Harry comes in behind Andrews of Cardiff Met. And then Squires of Newcastle leave, that is. So just a replay of how comfortable that was for Ives. Well, we will bring you news of the two men that qualified for the men's 800 metre semi-finals when we get them. So 2:18.98 for Ives, and a couple of athletes of note in heat number 2, including GB international Francesca Brint, World Under-20 finalist over 1500 metres in 2018 in Tampere in Finland. first taste on the global stage for so many. And well, naturally, a number of World Under-20 champions don't go on to emulate that at a senior level, but some do, and so to share a competition with them is often a bit of a fillip. Hannah Short of Liverpool also in this one, and Megan Bold of Chichester, Holly Cherry of Leeds, Rachel Scott, University of Central Lancashire. This year she's the Welsh indoor champion, 2:10 at best. Second here 2 years ago behind Danielle Webb, the sister of Jamie Webb, the Great Britain international middle distance runner. Shona Haston of Newcastle and Abigail Nolan of St Mary's. You're watching live coverage here. Day one of the British Universities, the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. Abigail Nolan then of St Mary's in this 800 metres on the outside in the blue and white stripes. Cheska Brint on the inside, now slotting into third place. Looks like Holly Cherry between them. Haston of Newcastle there in fourth, and behind her Hannah Short brings up this group of five, but five doesn't go into two as far as getting through automatically to the semi-finals is concerned, and just the two next best spots, again just like it was in the men's 800 metres, makes it really difficult, but a touch easier with only the 5 heats in total. So Brent in the red, coming right up onto the shoulder. 1:12.39, and Nolan just about holding that advantage. Looks like Haston of Newcastle in that third spot. So 5 becomes 3, and who will be the top two? Nolan now on the back foot. Look at this burst of pace for Haston. 1:48.16 at the bell. Well, the time for Ives was 2:18, but the athlete in third place would have been some way back. So Abigail Nolan still within a chance of going through. Shona Haston really impressing, beating Cheska Brint here. Another 2:18 clocking, 2:18.38 ahead of Brint, and Nolan crossing their third. So 2:18.38, that's 6/10 faster than Ives, but that's not really representative given that Ives strolled the final few paces. Heat 3 of 5 of the women's 800 metres, and it features Saskia Huxham,
On your mark.
English schools bronze medalist, here in the colours of Durham. Emma Alderson right on the inside representing Loughborough, and as someone with her great speed, I felt it adjusted to becoming more of a 400 metre specialist, but seeing her back over 800 metres, so remember her making her name at youth level, a Liverpool Harrier, and now in the colours of Loughborough, actually got joint bronze medal with Laura Turley, which is so rare for a 400 metres outdoors last year. This is her first year as an under-23 athlete, and she's slotted into second place. Looks like Saskia Huxham of Durham is out front. So Huxham, lifetime best of 2 minutes 7.89 and 2:13 indoors, but so many of these athletes have limited experience of 800 metres indoors, so those indoor BBs could well be smashed this weekend. 106.22, so I think that's the fastest of the three that we've seen so far. Faster indeed than Isabel Ives by a second. Well, if that pace is going to continue, I think it's going to have to be taken up by Emma Alderson. Eliska Freibergova, Grace Knapp, Louise Gilbert and Caitlin Arnott, by the way, the others in this race. Alderson looking very cool, and she's still got perhaps that fast finish of hers to come. Just one round today, so opportunity to make this comfortable. Always nice to be the fastest qualifier, but look at Huxham now fighting back. Just taking a breather and all of a sudden re-emerges. Freibergova, looks like is in that third spot, if I'm not mistaken. Alderson is fine to be in the top two. 2:15.64. Well, that's the fastest heat that we've seen by 3 seconds, but you can't really read that much into times at all. Still, Saskia Huxham even made it a fast race, and she gets the job done. So that leaves us with 2 more of these heats to come. Tilly Simpson wearing leg number 2 there for Birmingham, just on the left hand side of your screen. So number 4 of 5 of these women's 800 metre heats. Tilly Simpson of Birmingham, Olivia Barret of Edinburgh. Looked good at the Scottish indoors. She's the Scottish under-20 indoor champion from last year. This is her first year as an under-23 as well, like Emma Alderson. Coached by her father, Jerome. Isabel Rodriguez also in this, BUCS medalist in the past. Eleanor Purdue, Louise Shanahan, Tiffany Sayer and Hannah Jacobs. So Louise Shanahan and Olivia Varay, the top two. Edinburgh and Cambridge. Well, Louise Shanahan was at the World Under-20s in 2016 over 800 metres for Ireland, where she made the semi-finals. A lifetime best in Belfast last summer of 2 minutes 4.77, making her one of the fastest here this weekend. But I make her the third fastest behind Ives and Brint. But this race led out by Varay, not the fastest pace. I think the others are going to present a challenge. Let's see though. 1:11.90, so 4 seconds slower than Ives in the first heat. So these girls now just biding their time and don't want to make a move at the wrong point. I think that's a slight bit of caution here. But Murray still holding her own and doing a great job in the lead. Shanahan, the Irish international, behind the Scots. Tilly Simpson now falling adrift a bit. Still Varay really working those arms hard down the back straight now, and Shanahan, well, the look over her shoulder there, but perhaps the first suggestion that she's just going to relax and get inside the top two. And Varay, maybe she doesn't know quite as comfortable as it is, so finally she does, and that's absolutely fine just to scroll the first that last bit of that race. 2:16.95 is the time on the clock. That leaves us with just one heat to go. Well, some of those that have been pressed thus far in this 800 are some we expected. No doubt Izzy Ives and Cheska Brint. I think there's more to come from her. Shona Haston, one that looked pretty good. Saskia Huxham, lots of pace and really good endurance shown by her to fight back and beat Emma Alderson, who has great speed. And given the opportunity, she may well run hard for the first 400 metres, as she has done at age group junior competitions in the past. And that could make it a fast race when you have someone with great 400 leg speed. Olivia Varay, who seems to be maturing and improving all the time. And I'm sure it's no doubt before she starts to compete for the Scottish senior title. Louise Shanahan, the Irish athlete, once again perhaps more of an unknown, but one of the fastest indoor times, in fact, even though a lot of these athletes haven't run that much indoors. Izzy Ives, the best indoors and out. So Laura Mullen of Bath, Emily Jenkinson of Swansea, Tamsin McGraw of Sheffield Hallam, a former Birmingham athlete, Samantha Baker-Jones of Nottingham, Lucy Fliggleston of Exeter, and Selena Scott of St Mary's. So Scott of St Mary's in the blue and white stripes. Hope you're learning your colours just about now. Don't worry, there's still 2 more days to come. to revise. That's McGraw then, of Sheffield Hallam, from Mulliner Bath. .32.5 after 200 metres for McGraw. So McGraw from Mullin, Jenkinson, Bliggleston, Scott and Baker-Jones. Around 107. 107.3 after 400 metres. So very respectable pace from this leading trio. When you consider that the fastest qualifying time has been 2:15.64 from Saskia Huxham. And that means that whoever's third in this race has a strong chance of making it as a time qualifier, albeit there are only 2 places available. So who will make it inside this top 2? Will it even matter? Tamsin McGraw. Now a great battle from Emily Jenkinson, but McGraw has found another gear. Great front running from gun to tape effectively from McGraw in this heat. 2:15 on the clock, so potentially the fastest qualifier. And you can see the trackside clock still on 0 there. Unfortunate malfunction, but wonderful stuff from McGraw there in effectively her home university, so somewhere she will have trained and competed many times. Well, welcome back to live coverage here of the BUCS Nationals from the English Institute of Sport here in Sheffield. 8 different sporting competitions, including badminton in this very building, and swimming, which you can also watch down at Pond's Forge across the city. So, should we have a look at these 60-metre semi-finals? Now, decent amount of turnaround time and opportunity for a rest for the guys from earlier. It's only 60 metres, but I was just talking to Emmanuel Sasanya from the University of East London, and he was saying, to be honest, for a lot of the quick guys, the heat is so comfortable, not having to break too much sweat. And then when it comes to the semi-final and the final, your hunger and your adrenaline is such that you're also able to sort of keep the tightness in the legs, and it's not really a problem to run the 260s. And I think it's the women that will maybe have the tighter turnaround, but again, not too much of an issue. Potentially you could have a semi-final at 6:10, and then the final at 6:45. But it's not too different for everyone. Could benefit those with a bit more endurance, the likes of Alicia Rees, maybe Jasmine Moss. Let's wait and see. First of all, we have 4 heats of these men's 60 semi-finals, and Franklin Fenning of Nottingham Trent goes on the inside, and then the talented young Scot Fraser Anglers, another good 200 runner, Daniel Afolabi of Birmingham City University. Interesting, they over the years haven't had too much representation. I'm a former BCU student, but I seem to remember them taking a middle distance title in 2015. But Afolabi here representing. Jordan Broom alongside from UCB, that's University College Birmingham. Then Regan O'Connell of Sheffield Hallam, Aaron Owen, the Welshman from Cardiff Met, Michael Demoa of Sheffield, and Rushan Stewart of Brunel. Regan O'Connell, one of those who set a new lifetime best this year of 6.84, and Jordan Broome 6.83, and that's how close we expect things to be. Broome's PB actually in Sheffield last month. Bronze medalist over 200 metres last year. Fenning, Angus, Afolabi, Broome, O'Connell, Owen, Damoa and Stewart, packed full of talent. First semi-final of the men's 60. And it's a clean getaway, but he even won 2. Afolabi with a bit of work to do. Alongside him it's Broome who comes through. So Broome, a bit of celebration perhaps from him. The clock doesn't stop neither trackside or on screen, but just the winner going through to the final automatically. Bit of a look of regret from Aaron Owen. Wonder how close it was for him. Well, O'Connell in the colours of Sheffield Hallam was also going well. So Broome in the centre in the black, and then quite possibly Afolabi, with O'Connell just beaten to second spot. There are 4 time qualifier positions available, and the final will take place at 20 to 7 tonight. Prime time billing Friday night. Well, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Of course, there's so much more to come on Saturday and Sunday, you know, when the 200s and 400s get going, and hopefully intermittently bring you some field event coverage as well. We've had triple jump and shot put qualifying taking place today, and the results we've had so far: Henry Clarkson, the best triple jumper in qualifying, 14.73, excuse me, and Adele Nicol 15.42, I seem to remember. So this is semi-final number 2, and we have Exeter's Matthew Johnson and Gerald Matthew of Aston alongside him. Bailey Wright, the Brighton man. Korede Awe, the reigning Southern champion, and I was saying earlier he beat the 2017 European indoor finalist Theo Etienne to that title, and Rechmiel Miller too, a former world youth medalist. Coming into this competition, he managed 6.95 in Newham recently, but his lifetime best 6.81. So, as always, UEL having an excellent group of sprinters. Rommel Glave to come in a moment's time. Jimmy Seacombe of Bath also performed well in the heat. 6.87 for him. And Chris Jones of Loughborough 6.90, but Jones capable of 6.76 at best. And he is the reigning champion. Then Nick Price of Staffordshire, very solid over both 100 and 200 outdoors, and Fabian Batchelor, another Birmingham City University sprinter, but this time in the fluorescent orange. So Sheffield falls silent as we await this second semi-final. Johnson, Matthew, Wright, Owe, Seacombe, Jones, Price and Batchelor. Bit of movement in the blocks there, but here comes Awe from Jones and Seacombe. So Korede Awe, I should say, the reigning Southern champion, looked to take that. Once again, the clock doesn't stop, unfortunately. And can only apologise that we can't bring you the times straight away, but that top spot so vital in making it through to the final later on. And well, you've got to give everything in these semi-finals, really. So Bailey Wright on his inside. Chris Jones, the tall figure, coming through for Loughborough. But Arway took that one. So what it does mean is that Chris Jones needs to be a qualifier on time. 6.81 the time for Arway, so that is a strong semi-final. And this one's not bad either. Rommel Glaive in the rebranded East London colours, and I was asking Emmanuel Sassagna a moment ago what colours they are, and he says he considers it a turquoise, which means it could be up for debate. Maybe they haven't yet established the exact shade, or maybe they have. Well, before it was rebranded, actually, my kitchen used to be that colour, and I think we called it duck egg. I suppose it goes pretty well against the blue of the indoor track. Well, let's take you through this lineup then. We've got Elijah Lewis on the inside. Elliot Jones of Warwick, not here at the moment. So just wondering if he's DNS, unless he makes a magical appearance in the next minute or so. Then we have Kezi Oladoy, 6.88 his best. 6th of the 100 metres outdoors last year. Jack Lawrence, the Coventry man, another who's improved recently. 6.77 in Newham this year, and I believe this is his BUCS debut as well. Then Rommel Glaive, who shot onto the scene with the double gold medal winning performance at the 2017 England Under-20 Championships, where he won 100 and 200 gold, 10.21 and 21.08 were his times. He's had a few injuries over the last few years, and there'll be times when he's been on the start list but unfortunately not taking to the start line. And we so wanted to see him back, and so glad to see that he is, and is in decent shape too. And on occasion he has run some fast times intermittently between those periods of managing injuries and coming back. 6.66 is his PB, and 6.67 is the championship best from 10 years ago by Ron Pierre of Brunel. And such is the rivalry of East London and Brunel that I'm sure East London would consider it a coup to take away the record from their cross-London rivals. Owain Campbell alongside wearing number 70. Campbell 6.77 PB to win the Midlands Indoor Championships, and that lifts him up significantly on the list on paper of performance here by 8 places. In fact, that just shows you how close it is. Quite a few have opened up their year with PBs though. Alongside him is Toby Ogunkanmi, European Under-20 semi-finalist, and Cian O'Donnell completes the lineup. So Lewis Oladoy, Lawrence Glaive, Campbell Ogunkanmi and O'Donnell. Well, the Coventry man Jack Lawrence has given Rommel Glaive a lot of work to do. Has he done it though? Goodness me. Glaive ran through the line there. He certainly knows it was a bit close. A Lawrence is delighted with his performance. 6:71, showing trackside, so looks like a new lifetime best for Lawrence, and it looked like it from the eye. But just have a look here. I reckon Ramel Glave might have taken it, and I believe he has been given the victory officially. But should still be a lifetime best, I reckon, for Lawrence. But I think Lawrence was satisfied in the knowledge that he has produced his best and done pretty much everything he could do against a talent like Ramel Glave to try and make it into the final. Well, as you can see, the men are out, and we've got one more of these semi-finals. Yinka Sodipo of Medway came through as a time qualifier from the heat, 7:09, and I believe that there were very small fractions of a second when I just had a glance over. There were other athletes with the same time that didn't qualify. Tom Metcalf with 7:10 also just squeezing through. Blake Brown of Cardiff Met then is in lane 2, 6:89 for him. A strong showing in the heat. Sandy Wilson is alongside for Bath in the blue and yellow. Then Charlie Dobson, the World Junior silver medalist, behind Jonah Efaloco, and brilliant battle between those two, particularly in 2018. Dobson just improving his PB time and time again, and well, it's a bit of a shame that we're not going to see Efaloco against Dobson against each other, I don't think. Although, well, Efaloco only entered in the 200. Have to wait and see, because things have changed a little, because Dobson wasn't initially on the entries that were first established anyway. So, having said that, it may well be that they're both in the 200 metres. Max Heavens of Swansea, another fast starter in the heat, and he ran 6:89 earlier on. Alex Marshall, of Canterbury Christ Church praised Ola Leary of Cardiff, and then Tom Metcalf of Sheffield. A real range of height among these athletes. I wonder whether we'll see that in the race having any sort of effect. So Sodipo, Brown, Wilson, Dobson, Heavens, Marshall, Olalere and Metcalf. 6:83 for Dobson earlier on. It was pretty comfortable. He was left behind a bit at the start, and he really runs through all the way through the line there. Knowing the recall gun has sounded, surely you can't fail to miss that. Having a look along, well, there's a bit of movement maybe from lane 1. Sodipo of Medway. I think we've only heard that noise twice today, and there was one where it looked like there was a clear reason to call the athletes back, and they weren't. In the end, it didn't affect who qualified through to the semi-finals in the women's 60. The official saying, "Gentlemen, I wasn't happy with that start." And a green card is shown. So all 8 athletes still have a chance to qualify, but need to get first place through the line to make sure you book your spot for certain. Sadipo, Brown, Wilson, Dobson, Heavens, Marshall, Olalere and Metcalf. Here we go. Really good start from Olalere, but now Dobson beginning to come through from Heavens. And in fact there was a good dip from Blake Brown. 6:69 from Charlie Dobson. That's what the clock stops at, and that is so close to that 6:67 championship record. So you just wonder whether that championship best will only stand for 10 years and will go in the final. Dobson really pushing through the gears and not looking back. And you felt there was almost a little bit more there, both at the start and the finish. Martin Cook, the Sheffield University coach, on the outside on the right of your screen there, one of those watching on. A game of Spot the Celebrity in the crowd, but not A-lists, certainly, I don't think. You never know, Linford Christie could be here. Well, I probably don't have to tell you that the women's 60 metres, as you can see, is about to follow the men's 60 metres, but I will do anyway, and we will have 4 semi-finals once again. And in a similar fashion to the men's heats, there were some very comfortable victories, particularly for Alicia Rees of Loughborough and her teammate Ebony Carr. And Carr it is who will be first to go. The full lineup for this first semi-final with the same qualifying conditions, top 1 in each heat and next 4 best times. Lane 1 is Sheffield's Emily Hornung, Hannah Jones of Birmingham, Nicola Cagle of Northumbria, who has her teammate Jasmine Moss in the last semi-final and looks really impressive, even though we know her as more of a 200 metre runner perhaps. Particularly good indoors as well. And Ebony Carr of Loughborough then goes in lane 4 and impressed earlier on and appeared to, unofficially anyway, equal her 7.35 lifetime best set earlier this year in Loughborough. Outdoors she was the bronze medalist in Bedford. Lakeisha Morris then alongside, and Morris 7.46 lifetime best, but from 4 years ago. Southern Indoor silver medalist. Hannah Longden then of Cardiff Met will be the last to settle on the line. Ria Badil of Aberdeen and Ash Colvin of Liverpool, John Moores. So Ebony Carr, you think, again expected to take this semi-final, but could have some good competition from the likes of Lakeisha Morris.
On your marks.
2.5 tenths faster in the heat than anyone else in this semi-final. Nicola Cagle ran 7.69, Morris 7.61. Hornung, Jones, Cagle, Carr, Morris, Longden, Badil and Colvin waiting further instructions. So quite a hold before they do get underway. What a rocket start from Ebony Carr this is, and really driving hard now, chased by Morris. But Ebony Carr, let's have a look at the time. 7.36, so pretty much matching that heat opener from this morning. And I mentioned that the turnaround time is tightest in the women's 60 metres. But Ebony Carr is building a rhythm here. And she will need to be quick to challenge Alicia Rees after that 7.33 recent time. But it's going to be fascinating to watch this final. Those two Loughborough teammates, the two biggest gold medal contenders, you'd think. Well, there are some outsiders as well. One of them is Cheyenne Evans-Gray in the colours of Sheffield Hallam, wearing 206. Reigning Southern Indoor and Outdoor Champion. 7.40 PB. Maddie Silcock wearing 1.44. Also look good in the heats. Leonie Ashmead is in this one also, so too Yvette Westwood, so another very strong semi-final. So it's the first day of action here of the 2020 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. Hashtag BUCS Nationals on social media. BUCS Nationals being the multi-sport competition here in Sheffield every year. It was the first track athletics competition I commentated on some years ago, and it is a thrill to be watching on, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage. So the fastest students in the country going head to head. And we've only had one heat, and I expect it will be a thrilling final to watch. And things have been going to schedule so far, so I'm going to say that the final will take place at 7:15 this evening. So as they go through the final phases of their pre-race routines, let's take a look at this lineup. Don't be worried that half the athletes are missing, they're just having a gentle stroll back to the start line. And we've got Jessica Young-Rogers of Sunderland, Jacqueline Gyamfi of Kings, as we look at Turner and Westwood there. Madeline Silcock will go from lane 3, 7.86 a little earlier on. Cheyenne Evans-Gray 7.57. As I said, the Southern Indoor and Outdoor Champion. Now, it's such competition to get into the UEL relay teams, but I'm told that there's the meeting tonight in which they'll talk more about it, and we'll try and have maybe a 400-metre runner in there, someone who can hold on with a bit of strength but also packed full of speed. Unquestionably, and UEL have always had that top end speed, but I think they've improved in the relays in recent years. There were some incidents, shall we say, some drop batons, but quite a few teams have had their fair share of those over the years. A balanced team certainly is what they're striving for. So Evans-Gray from lane 4, Leonie Ashmead of Sheffield Hallam alongside her. So you think an arena that she's used to competing in. I don't know so much about the home crowd effect, because the crowd is really full of a mix of competitors from all over the country. But Ashmead is the Northern Under-20 champion indoors and out from 2019, and then silver medal at the recent Northern Indoors, over 60 and also over 200. Ali Turner looked impressive early on, 7:58 her lifetime best. 60-metre silver medalist at the Southern Under-20s. Yvette Westwood and Sharon Jakisa complete the lineup. Let's go. Second semi-final then. And look at that start from Evans Gray, and holding it so well from Ashmead. 7:35 on the clock. So matching the time of Ebony Carr from the heat. And just trying to look for Alicia Rees, what she ran earlier, 7:44, but she did stroll through the line. So the men were very close to the championship record, and as I was saying earlier in the heats, the women's championship best is held by 3 people. First set by Montel Douglas in 2007, 7.31, and then matched 4 years ago and 3 years ago again by Adeline Gugnon of St Mary's and Hannah Breyer of Loughborough respectively. But Evans Gray leading through, that strength, that power from Ashmead, and well, slightly different running styles, but both looking pretty effective there. Both looking like accomplished sprinters. But the semi-final really separates those with real quality from the rest, because after all we did have as many as 12 heats. Just the 4 semi-finals, and we're moving into the third here. It's got Sarah Zincham of Sheffield Hallam hoping to follow Ashmead in making a good impression, but Ashmead obviously one of those waiting to see if she can make it through as one of 4-time qualifiers. You feel as though she's in a good position to do so. Sophie Sagan of Worcester. Robert Gordon's Rebecca Matheson looked good earlier, 7:80 she ran. Paige Fairclough 7:56, and Fairclough here representing Hertfordshire. She was very close to her 7:53 PB. Southern Indoor 200 metre champion last year. She's at least got a season's best from this competition, bettering 7:60 that she ran in Iceland recently, but just missed out on a medal last year, and it's going to be similarly tough. Darcy Kuipers, great breakthrough year in terms of BUCS competition particularly, and came away with a silver medal. Outdoors, Zoe Thompson of Coventry. Acacia Ellis of East London then will go in lane 8. Ellis 7:60 PB, 7:84 in the heats, and she is the English schools champion, beating Joy Ogunlay and Leonie Ashmead indeed to that title. It's so often the case that many of these athletes, although at different universities, they know each other from be it English schools or nationals or clubs or running for the same counties, or maybe even internationally together. Dalita Awala is then the second of the Coventry athletes in lane 8. Lifetime best of 7:69. So it seems harsh then that only the winner will go through from this talent-packed semi-final. Zincham, Sagan, Matheson, Fairclough, Kuipers, Thompson, Ellis and Awala. So Kuipers in the navy of Brunel, Fairclough going better on an inside, and Kuipers now trying to catch. So important, but I think that Fairclough just holds on. 7:53 for Paige, and that is her lifetime best. you can see both realising the importance of trying to win the race. Not much in it. 7:55. Sorry, yeah, 7:55. 7.55 confirmed as the winning time, and it's been given to Paige Fairclough. And she would have felt Kuipers breathing down her neck at this stage, but does hold on. Looks like Matheson got third place. A little bit of drift there, maybe a little bit too far adrift. Right, here's Alicia Rees on the left-hand side of your screen, wearing 184, the tall blonde figure, and well, someone who's had such quality over 200 metres over the years. I remember her beating Asha Phillip over 200 at the Loughborough International, and she actually featured in the Great Britain senior relay team at the European Team Championship, something she considered was the highlight of last season. But she also broke the Scottish 4x1 record along with Chloe Lambert, Katie Wiper and Heather Patton. And then last month at the Scottish Indoor Championships set a new national record of 7:33. So clearly she has improved over 60 metres. Second at the under-23 nationals last year behind Crystal Awua. Who considers, or has considered at times, maybe more of a 100-metre runner, but good endurance last year. Unfortunately, things didn't quite go to plan for Awua with her battle there at the under-23s. Did feature in the relay with Rees, though. Do seem to remember where they finished 5th overall. Alicia Rees was second last year behind Hayley Mills, who's been competing for Nottingham in the last couple of years. And going back further, Rees, Commonwealth Youth medalist for Scotland in 2015, European under-18 medalist then over 200 in 2016. We've also got Jasmine Moss, England under-20 indoor champion. Won that title last year in Sheffield over 200 metres. Moss ran a new lifetime best in the heat of 7.67, and she finished second over 200 metres on her BUCS debut last year for Northumbria. Gateshead Harrier too, so keeping things local and staying with her setup. So the full lineup here: Erin Minton Bradford of Hull, Abby Anson of Exeter alongside her, then Bath's Lucy Hode, who won perhaps one of the closer heats earlier on with 7:75 on the clock. Then Alicia Rees will go from lane 4. Jasmine Moss, though she has real quality alongside. They're both very, very good 200-metre runners who are pulling out all the stops over 60 here. Sarah Malone of Edinburgh in 6th, Rebecca Roots of Cardiff, and then Eloise Lewis of St Mary's. So this is the last heat of the women's 60 metres. Trying to make it through to the final. Rees in 4, Moss in 5. Rees now really gets going. Hode initially had the better start, but just look at Alicia Rees here. What is the time? 7.35. So very close to that new lifetime best. Maybe just trying to prove a point and trying to really feel the speed in her legs. And so she's ready to do battle in that final and maybe challenge for that championship record. Good friend and teammate Hannah Breyer, fellow GB under 23 international last summer, is one of the holders of that championship best. Power of that drive from Lisa Reed, straining to get everything from her body. Runs really hard, and Jasmine Moss would have known that there was quality alongside her, but just watched as Reese drifted away. Well, I can bring you the results of the men's 60 metres in terms of the time qualifiers. Chris Jones did make it through. Jack Lawrence also 6:77 the time that he ran, so he's the fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. Did everything he could, and I'm sure will be even more delighted than the smile that broke out following the conclusion of that race. Kezi Oladoy and Orwayne Campbell making it through 6:86, and there were 3 runners who achieved 6:87 but did not make it through, and there's sometimes some relief when people aren't separated by thousandths of a second, because it did go down to finer margins in the heats, but in the end 6:87 not good enough, unfortunately. You're watching live coverage here from British Universities. BUCS. It's the 2020 Indoor Athletics Championships, and we've got our first taste of finals action. Drum roll please at home. That's it, I heard you. Women's 60-metre hurdles final then. And an exciting one at that. Chiefly Megan Mars, British indoor champion a couple of years ago, and looks to be in pretty good shape. Well, last year Jess Hunter beat Alicia Barrett, Anastasia Davis, Molly Courtney and Mars to take the title, and well, perhaps the days of Barrett against Hunter are over as far as BUCS is concerned, but plenty of new rivalries are taking centre stage. Anastasia Davis showing real improvement, 8:37, so just improving on her lifetime best today, and last year indoor and outdoor bronze medal, so you wonder whether she can go one better here. The full lineup then: Brunel's Emily Russell on the inside, a new PB for her earlier on too, 8:68, replaced by the brand spanking new 8:65. Holly MacArthur, who represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games nearly 2 years ago now, has matured since then, 8:64 her PB. Emilia Del Hoyo Perez of Nottingham, 8:46 in round one, a heptathlete who's scored over 5,100 points. A new lifetime best in Sabadell, December of last year. She went very, very close to it earlier. Then Megan Mars, 8:44 in round 1. She's capable of 8:16 at best. Represented Great Britain at the World Indoors in Birmingham 2 years ago. Anastasia Davis, I mentioned, of Kingston. Mariam Abdul-Rashid, who's come over from the US, another exciting talent. Georgia Silcox of Bath and Katie Purvis of Heriot Watt. The final of the women's 60-metre hurdles. So watch out for Megan Mars. Perez, in fact, makes the fantastic start, and Davis trying to chase her down. Look at Abdul-Rashid now, what a race! Several different leaders throughout that one. The time has come up as 8.27. Well, we said that Perez and Abdul-Rashid, the two international athletes, perhaps lesser known quantities, and difficult to say what to expect from them, and what kind of shape Megan Mars is in, albeit today she showed that she's hurdling pretty strongly. So, just waiting for confirmation, but Abdul-Rashid came through so strongly. The athlete from Ontario, as I say, who's come over from the US, the University of Texas in Austin, represented Canada at the World Juniors in 2016, leaning into the first hurdle, and Perez just being overtaken here. Rashid, and is that Mars and then Davis? Just waiting for confirmation then of our first BUCS Indoor Champion of 2020. Well, Mariam Abdul-Rashid, lifetime best of 8:20, was the silver medalist outdoors of the Canadian Championships last year. So she's looking very composed at the moment. It's me giving it the big billing of the first champion of 2020, but she's just strolling around as those hurdles are reset for the men's final. So no semi-finals, in fact, as were initially billed on the timetable before the event. Confirmation then that Megan Mars, just overhearing this, taken the silver medal, and Anastasia Davis retains her bronze medal from 2019. And Perez, who had a really good start and went really well on the first couple of hurdles, at best fourth then. And well, to the right of me is the photo finish team just gathering around and verifying that result. Pretty close. Well, we are bringing to you live coverage here, but we're doing it session by session on Facebook and YouTube. So essentially this session is about to come to a close, and you'll rejoin with session 2, a separate video live stream. So this one is ending, and we'll be back with you in a moment's time.